So if we are ready for the next session, please let me know. And Aikohi, if you're here, thank you, I see you. Karibu sana. We are ready to begin any moment from now. When you're ready, Anne. Okay, we'll give her a few minutes. So, media team.
Is on the foundational elements and future of a developing space sector. And I have like some distinguished executives on this panel, so they will just briefly introduce themselves, starting from Rose, just in like a minute.
Sure, good morning, great. So I'm Rose Crozier, I'm from the Center for Global Development, and I'll be going into more detail during my presentation.
My apologies, yes. Professor McGlade, Jackie McGlade, here at Strathmore University in Nairobi, and also leading a small startup tech using EO, but I'm also an advisor on the European Space Agency and the UK Space Agency as well.
Good morning, my name is Davis Cook. I'm CEO for Research Institute for Innovation and Sustainability, which is a Johannesburg-based consultancy operating across Africa, as well as a director for ZA Space, which is the industry association for the South African private space sector.
My name is Willy Simons. I'm the managing director of Spatiality. It's a startup in the geospatial industry. And I believe I'm here to represent the SMEs and the startups from a private perspective.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Hussein Farah. I'm a professor at the Technical University of Kenya here in Nairobi, in the School of Surveying and Geospatial Sciences. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm Anna. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Space in Africa. We also have Dr. Otoma on this panel, and I'm sure he will join in at some point. Okay, so Rose, over to you.
Good morning. I'm so delighted to have the first session of the day. I assume everyone is well caffeinated. So as mentioned, I'm from the Center for Global Development. We're a think tank based in DC and London. I'm a policy fellow, which really just means I'm a researcher. So I'm currently focused on the overlap between development and technology, and specifically the space sector. So this is going to be a discussion about some of my work. It's an effort in progress, so I'm looking forward to a lively discussion, and hopefully it will sort of build into this product that will be useful for many countries, ideally. So during this discussion, first I'm going to provide some context on why countries are investing in space in general. Then I'll make some recommendations on the roles of government space programs. And lastly, I'll very briefly talk about possible approaches to program design, depending on time. Okay, here we go. Perfect, okay. So roughly 14 countries have a space launch capability, but over 90 have a space program. And my key question is why? And every year, a few more kind of add their name to the list, an intent or initiate a program. Well, we've talked about the first two bullets here quite a bit this week. Space is already well interlinked with terrestrial infrastructure, be it transportation or any number of topics we've talked about all week. And also, I'd say it's a critical building block for the future economy. So it's that piece to the next industrial revolution or the digital economy. Space is an integral part of that. And then I'd say the third part is really making sure that all peoples, particularly the global south, have a voice in the development of that in-space economy. And that really starts with having a program and a platform to contribute. One second. Okay, sorry, here we go. It's not just my opinion. There is some really interesting research out there that looks about why have countries invested in space. This is a great paper that was written in 2020 that looked at 16 countries, to include Kenya, and essentially methodically asked, why are you investing in this? And the majority of the responses was really rooted in economic reasons. And then also, the other kind of interesting insight was that is really a focus on managing space activities versus doing them directly. So we're talking about a shift from sort of that first old space world with NASA was doing everything themselves to now you've got a whole spectrum of actors, but you still need that government to regulate and coordinate that activity. The other aspect is space as I mentioned, kind of part of digital ecosystem. We've talked about this all week, so I don't want to really beat on this too hard. I just want to recognize that, particularly for newly emerging space actors. A great example, is here in Kenya, the M-Pesa, which was original digital financing. Well, space has the opportunity to expand this great program or business, essentially, by through satellite broadband or satellite communications to reach populations that could use this capability but are currently unconnected or underconnected. When I was looking at this poster, it's right outside at the cafe, in our garden area. I started thinking about what aspects of the digital economy does this thing apply to? And so you can see I started circling all of these segments of it. But I just wanted to recognize that space really kind of empowers that and can expand it even further. So this gets me to the point where I just want to address what I'm advocating for countries to recognize as their responsibility when it comes to managing their space capabilities. And I'd say roughly it falls into four broad buckets. The first is the ability to internally advise their own policymakers on the various technical options that are available to address their national priorities. So when it comes to space, that means someone who can be at the table and talk about, position navigation and timing, can talk about, Earth observation and different types of data that could be applied, or someone that could talk about, how the space segment of telecommunications should or could be leveraged. Also, someone who could also talk about different options for technology, because space isn't always the answer, or maybe it's a good component for combined technologies. Second piece is coordination. Just like Kenya Space Agency has established this conference to bring together all of these corners of society, private sector, civil society, academia, and government itself. And not only just when I say government, I mean all these various ministries that have an interest. It's a role KSA should have, and they're certainly executing it beautifully. That needs to be, a recognized and deliberate aspect of any space program. Third part would be management. So there's definitely been instances where countries have invested, particularly in STEM programs, and imagine like if we build enough aerospace engineers, a program will sort of manifest and it will come. And that isn't really how it works. You have to have leadership, you have to have a strategy, you have to have professionals, even not necessarily space professionals, but those who know to talk to policymakers, who know how to budget and build a program. And the last piece, I already alluded to, that representation and regulation, the responsibility to manage endemic space capability, which could also be leveraging space services that are rooted in another country, all the way to the first launch of maybe an academic LEO satellite of some sort. So this is just the word version of what I just talked about, and I didn't want to put this first because often it ends up getting viewed as sequential, and it's really not. It's all of these things need to be happening in a mix, kind of going forward in relative lockstep. But that advising, that localizing, program management, coordination, representation, and regulation are all key aspects of a solid early space program. So back in 2014, Ms. Daniel Wood put together a space technology ladder, which I thought was really great. So I took that, I started modifying it, and of course, because you can't leave this sort of thing alone. And I added some steps, and one of those was a preparatory step where you first recognize how a country is using space right now, because every country on the planet is using space to some capacity, but they're not necessarily recognizing that or managing it. And then kind of going through the process of establishing a policy and strategy or a roadmap and an office or some kind of like organization to concentrate that capability, work on some of the elements I talked about in the slide before, and also deliberately work on growing that space and data ecosystem. Now, if we were talking about this 20 years ago, we start going down the path of what NASA or Roscosmos did, and you start with, okay, we're gonna build a LEO satellite first, maybe we'll cooperate to do it, whatever, and then we're gonna go to more technically difficult satellites, MEO, GEO, develop a launch capability. But the reality is, with new space, we can approach this differently, where if you have that solid foundation, you can then go down the path of specialization that best fits your economy or your culture, whatever mix of factors come into that. Probably the usual starting point would be the downstream applications part. So how do we apply these space capabilities in a very local way? But that can grow out to even the in-space economy. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, in just a couple of moments. But manufacturing, whatever fits your economy. And you don't have to do every single one of these. You can concentrate in one and then leverage services elsewhere to get more holistic approach. So this slide is really my pet peeve, because I did a lot of program management in the past, and I would see the same thing happen over and over again, where there'd be a great program, a great idea, but then all the capacity building would be really focused on that. And then there wouldn't really be kind of the tracks laid to maintain that capability, and the people who were trained to do the thing, they have a great set of skills, and they're poached essentially, or they find great opportunities elsewhere, but it's not a lasting capability. So the point I wanted to make here is the space program, if you're developing your human capacity, it's really got to be big enough, to include these other sectors so that you have a situation where people are flowing between them over the course of their career. And this is so this is I've accomplished my pet peeve comment, so I'll just check that off. So the other part I wanted to talk about is options. There's no reason that any country has to go down a set path. Maybe it's most appropriate to just have, maybe for Togo, not that I know where Togo is right now, but maybe it's appropriate just to have a national advisor who's addressing some of those foundational capabilities with a few people supporting in hand with a frequency regulator, right? But maybe it needs to grow out to be a little bit bigger, and so now you've got an office or bureau all the way up to a full agency. Also, a lot of space programs have evolved differently. Some are rooted even in nonprofit civil society. It was just in Ecuador for a conference, and that's how they're organized currently. It might be a public-private relationship where the government has kind of a trusted agent to execute some of these responsibilities. And some are led completely civilian or completely military. The United States does this between NASA and Space Command, or Kenya, where you have a blended approach with military leadership but a civilian agency. And there's pros and cons, there's different aspects of this. It just kind of depends what fits best to that country's national priorities and intent for their program. And then just a note on kind of how to approach this, how to design a program. So, full disclosure, my experience was built through U.S. Department of State, USA, Department of Defense, and these are the general models that are a starting point for any kind of complex system approach. So that's my general orientation. If I were to take the full spectrum capability the US likes to use often, and I broke that down for space specifically, this is what it could look like. It's not meant to be an be-all, end-all. It's an exercise to understand what kind of capabilities we're looking at, a way to assess your own country's ability to fill out these roles, and also to start to prioritize what should be your immediate focus and what you need to do down the line. Also, there's so many options for collaboration. And it doesn't have to be one or the other. It could be a mix, but just need to understand that they also have pros and cons. I would never recommend any program to strictly work with only private sector. I mean, I think it should be a mix. You should be looking for engagement regionally, looking potentially for that middle tier relationships. Like I think the experience or the cooperation between Italy and Kenya. It's been there since the 1960s, is really interesting, and it's got closer parity in the sense that there's been a long relationship and there's a sharing of geographic and technical capability that is really a very useful exchange. So if I were to boil down a sequential approach, this is a really stripped down a look at where would you start. And the main point is that you really need to start with national priorities, because that's how you're going to convince Parliament to fund your thing. If you're just doing space for space's sake, you might get a little bit, but if you're saying, hey, I'm helping you address climate change, I'm helping you support the farmers that are on the edge of desertification, and we can make sure they've got the information to make smart decisions, now you've got a different conversation. And then just some other general principles, making sure that as you select projects that you're able to show a return on the investment, and that as you move from one project to the next, deliberately, maybe every couple of years, that you're sort of moving your area of focus. So if you did agriculture for your first round, you should probably reach out to maybe maritime for the second, because you're also going through the process of building capacity in those agencies to recognize what use these kind of space applications are to that department. And then overall, again, just the key is deliberate progress. So that's going to keep your program from stagnating. And then, of course, as a program manager, you have to look at this cyclically. So just understanding that it's completely natural and responsible to take a pause, evaluate your progress for better or worse. Assess how you need to change, redo that program design, and move forward. And that's a very natural aspect of developing a program. And if you were to take that and flatten it out, what might that look like over time? And the main point here is, there's going to be a big heavy lift in understanding what you need to do, that initial program design. Maybe the initial program also only has a few lines of effort, a few key focus points, but then over time, as you build capacity, you're able to add to that and grow your program. Okay, so with that, I hope that established a foundation for our conversation, and I'll turn it over to my wonderful panelists.
Thank you very much, Rose. That was a fantastic presentation. So we'll be starting the discussion, and I'll be starting with Dr. Farah Hussein. So just based on this presentation, how would you evaluate Africa? So where do you think Africa is at right now?
Thank you very much. Let me first of all thank the excellent presentation by Rose. We really have such insights on how to, start space agencies in emerging countries or countries that are about to or just beginning to establish their space agencies. How is Africa doing in terms of the startup? Probably I will talk of the few countries I know, Kenya, Rwanda, a bit of South Africa. I think in terms of the foundations, we're not doing badly. If you saw the presentation, the foundation starts with institutional structures, with policy, anchoring the space program with the needs, economic needs of the country, so that it's not seen to be something just for research, but something that nationally our countries truly require a space agency. So linking the institutional and the regulatory structure of the space agency, and linking that now to, I think you mentioned, was mentioned in the presentation, the economic needs of the country. I think Kenya Space Agency has started off well on those points. Was established under a presidential, I think, which is also important, the highest political office in the country, to get political traction and support, and ensuring that the space agency involves itself in what benefits the country, what benefits the citizens, which is mainly the applications of the space programs in terms of what we have been seeing the last 2 days in agriculture, in climate studies, and so on. So I think with that good foundation, we should be able to, move quickly. I am aware also of the Rwanda Space Agency, which has established its regulatory framework, its institutional structure, and focused on having an excellent geo application center that is getting support from the government and from the politicians. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hussein. I would also like to throw this question at you, Willie. So from your perspective, how would you evaluate Africa? How would you say that we're doing?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just talk from the Kenyan perspective, because I don't know too much about the rest of Africa, and I don't want to talk about things that I don't know anything about. I think Kenya went off to a flying start. I really have to commend the Kenya Space Agency for doing an excellent job. In the short time they've been in existence, they're doing all the right things. I mean, you just have to go to the Expo to see, there is vibrancy there. There is innovation, and they work with universities. You find startups, involved in the space industry. I think the worry is, can it be sustained? Because, yes, we have elections, the new president, we hope he's going to support KSA as much as the current one. The other thing we've heard that, we still have to go through the policy and the legislative process. And that in Kenya is worrisome, because that process is very protracted, as we know. And I think there is also the issue of not coming up with a policy, but I think it's also policy harmonization. I think it's something that we need to look at. I mean, sometimes you feel we have too many policies, too many laws, too many regulations. So sometimes you over-regulate. And that is not a catalyst to growth of the industry, it becomes a deterrent. And of course, ICT practitioners bill, you've all heard it in the news. I think the government also needs to, kind of become lean and mean, because government is growing bigger and bigger, and yet we know that this industry needs strategic investments. So I think you have to cut back on expenditure in areas that are not strategic, are not productive, and invest in the sectors that matter. And talking about, yes, objectives, priorities, whether it is SDGs or whether it is Vision 2020, sometimes you feel it's like a bucket list. These are all the things that we want to do before we die. Once we do something, we tick it off, but a lot of it doesn't get done. So I think you really have to decide what are our development priorities as a country. And of course, we need to take stock of what we have. And you know, that is, of course, the young and brilliant Kenyans who have gotten free education. Honestly, they are entrepreneurial. You know, a Kenyan will almost do anything. So I think we have to harness that potential and create opportunities for the young people.
Thank you.
And I think, you know, that probably requires a few changes. I think government needs to become more open to partnerships. The procurement processes, the tendering processes, they need to be reformed so that, you know, you really build the capacity. And we start appreciating, you know, the government and private sector. Often we find ourselves at loggerheads. I think it needs to be, we need to work together because we bring different strengths to the table. And I think, you know, I see the private sector as the center of innovation and experimentation. And Kenya has a wonderful opportunity because we have 47 counties. And I think, you know, the growth of this industry is also driven by the utilization of information, Earth observation data. And I think that is lacking because sometimes you feel that, you know, agencies, certain government agencies, they do not leverage these new capabilities. They continue to do things the old way. I mean, we still spend millions on mapping roads, yet you could, you know, easily extract that information from satellite imagery. So I think we should leverage those opportunities. And then, of course, the government also has a tendency of doing all the work themselves. I think they should also be more willing to work with the private sector in terms of outsourcing some of these activities.
Okay.
Because honestly, you know, the government wants to raise taxes. How do you raise taxes? I think it's from the private sector, right? But taxes are paid on income. So if you make it impossible for us to if you do not create those business opportunities for us, yeah, it becomes difficult for us to pay our taxes.
Okay, thank you very much, Willie. So, Davis, Willie already started talking about areas that the space sector needs to grow and improve on. So I would like you to also speak from your perspective, and he was referring to Kenya, so maybe from a holistic perspective, the areas you think that the African space sector needs improvement and growth in.
Thank you. So I think that, you know, one of the challenges that, or the constraints that we are all burdened by, every person in this room, and I'm going to volunteer that every person over the age of 10, is that we are burdened by our experience and our history of how we have gotten to where we are today. And I think that this emergence of a new space economy, the shift in access to space, is as fundamental a change in society as the internet or computing or electricity. And that means that we, who are bringing decades of experience of how we have built things successfully in the past, are extending the last 30 and 40 and 50 years. And the 10-year-olds and the 15-year-olds who are not burdened by our kind of experience and our hindsight are going to bring fundamentally new approaches towards creating value that we haven't even imagined yet. And so I think the challenge here is that, you know, we're creating these foundations which are true and accurate, and this infrastructure and these assets based on our experience of the last years, which is not necessarily going to be the value creating spaces in the future. And I think that this is very difficult, first of all, for us to admit, to say that our strategies are inherently wrong, because none of us like to do that. But in the investment world, they always say past performance does not guarantee future performance. And this is something that I think is a trap for us. So I think one of the best opportunities that we have as a continent is because we don't yet have the space infrastructure, assets, regulations that have been developed over the last 40 years or 50 years. We have, new agencies that are emerging recently. We have new startups that are coming through that are not held down by a long history. We're able to build an entirely new model around how our interface with the space economy can work. And so I think that no one has figured out how, what is a successful business model in the new space economy. Like that no one in the world has resolved that problem yet. But I think nations that have very, very old and established programs have a lot of embedded interests and lobby groups and powers that keep them thinking in a certain way. And I think that we as a continent do not have that constraint. So I think our challenge is how do we look forward and build a future-oriented industry that is not constrained by a past, but how do we then also do that when it is really difficult for us as effectively the old people in the room, and we're not even able to imagine what that future can look like? And I don't have an easy answer to that, but I think that that is an opportunity that exists here in Africa, and possibly some other emerging kind of space nations that is not possible elsewhere. So I think that for me is the real opportunity. We have a different set of starting conditions for our economy in space.
Thank you very much, Steve. I think something key you are driving at is reimagining the possible. We need to do that as an African space industry. So I'll take it to Dr. Otoma. So Davis has spoken a lot about what the African space industry needs to grow. I would like you to talk from this space agency's perspective now. So what do you think the space agencies in Africa need to do to grow their space sectors?
Thank you very much for the question, and Rosa, excellent presentation. Okay, I may have what I think, but we have to start from where we are. So when I look at Africa, and I remember some years back, there was a decision that 4 countries lead the way. This is South Africa, Kenya, Algeria, and Nigeria. So Nigeria has done something excellent between that time. They have satellites up there. They are taking excellent pictures. South Africa has developed precision engineering, excellent. Kenya, we are endowed with a geographical location which doesn't cost much if we are to launch from, let's say, Kenya as opposed to South Africa or Algeria. And Algeria, somehow, their program, we don't hear much because it's in defense. It's not like Egypt. Egypt, in fact, is even helping some of our countries the way a big brother helps. So what I see in Africa going forward, and I would like to borrow from our colonizers, Britain, us here in Kenya, some times back, we came with Vision 2030, but what we are seeing now, we have more of the medium-term plans which go 5 years. But Britain, they have a strategy for 2050. If we can think that ahead so that it is generational, not thinking of ourselves like, for example, our politicians who think in terms of 5 years, we can discern 3 issues. One of them is there's going to be congestion. Already, if you had our keynote our guest of honor on Wednesday, he talked of the space debris. So we are going to add more satellites up there. And then there's going to be contestation. And this contestation is going to come from, for example, if I use the regulatory aspect and coming from my organization where we do policy advisory, we would like, for example, the Kenya Space Agency, much as it is talking about being a promoter, coordinator, and a regulator, In Kenya, we have a tendency of not wanting to have the regulator promoting, because the issue of regulator promoting creates conflict of interest. So going forward, it will be good to separate the issues regulation and the issues promotion and coordination. And then the last issue is competitiveness. If you look at the African population, it's a pyramid. It's not, for example, the way I've seen in Europe, where it is an inverted pyramid. In Kenya, for example, people who are 20 years and below are more than 40% of our population. I mean, they are more than, the people who are 20 years and below are more than 50% of Kenya's population. People of my age going to 60 years, we make less than 5% of the population. So decisions and implementation of these decisions is not going to be taken by people of my age. It's going to be taken by the future generation, the people who are coming up of age, that is getting the IDs. So there's going to be a lot of competition going forward. And this competition, the role of governments should be to create an enabling atmosphere so that as much as the competition may be there, it should be healthy competition. And when I look at the space the space spectrum, we start with the drivers, then we go to the issues upstream. And if we can recognize that upstream, there are countries which have done extremely well, we do not have to invent the wheel. So if we can concentrate more on the downstream, and if we concentrate on the downstream, we have to recognize the markets which are there. And of course, if I take, for example, the fishing community, there's no reason why our fishermen should still go on the canoes and at night to catch fish. Using the young people, they can come up with the technologies, just the way M-Pesa is there, and then the scientists can come up with ways of using the satellite imagery to know where, for example, the water is warmer, more fish is there. So you can direct our fishermen to repeat the Jesus story of casting their nets where the fish are. And then, of course, the last issue is the end users. And the end users will be to uplift the living standards of all our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Otoma. So I'll be going to Professor Jacqueline. So I would like to ask, from your perspective, what you think African countries need to do, or the strategy to develop to create an autonomous space industry. So do you think regional cooperation, because that's one of the things Dr. Otoma just spoke about, do you think regional cooperation or international cooperation is like best?
Thanks very much, and good morning, everybody. I was reflecting on what was said earlier about it's the next generation. But if I want to leave one message with you this morning, it's about science, research, and investing in people. Because our scientists are global citizens. No matter where they're based, their ideas can contribute. And I have to say that over the 40 years I've been working in the space business, from NASA all the way through, whether we like it or not, quite often the things that we take for granted today started out on a scientist's desk. They had an idea and they figured out, how could we do that? And I have watched mission after mission, science mission after science mission, coming in from the edges, being thought of as being rather obscure, and now they are mainstream. So I am convinced that within a country like Kenya, we will always have capacity to develop the downstream applications. We've got many, many smart people today all over the country who can do exactly the fisherman's option, the farmer's option. We've got IT, we've got so many young trained people coming on stream. But we need to also go upstream, and we need to try and find a way to create a kind of cadre of nationally recognized researchers and scientists who will sit amongst their peers, whether in Europe or in the USA, who will contribute to those origination of ideas. Because it's the science missions that eventually become the operational missions. It's the science missions that lead us to understand that we can have weather with wind speeds measured to several millimeters from the sort of surface of the air up to the troposphere, the Aeolus mission, that's going to become operational. And then we'll develop products out of that. So I think in a way we need to recognize that all across the university sector and in many of the agencies in Kenya and across the region, we've got young and slightly older scientists who could contribute. And by carrying the kind of flag, so to speak, or the region into the global programs, we can then bring some of that reputation here. And I guarantee you that a few of those are going to really try to transform and will transform how Kenya's space industry will be seen. Because by putting scientists alongside some of the best industry is how we get what's flying up there now, and where we get to today, which is a science mission no longer takes 15 years to develop from the desk to the launch to the data being used. We're now talking about 2-3 years turnover. So ideas in the face of climate change, in the face of changing population, different needs and demands, absolutely can be turned from science into reality far more quickly than ever before. So if I was going to make a pitch for what is the, what's the science, what's the capability that we need nationally, it is to recognize that we maybe need a competitive process, some funds put into a research program that will bring our scientists alongside those all across the world so they can participate in those science missions peer-to-peer and really contribute and make a global contribution, which will of course come back to Kenya. Of course it will come back here. So that's my plea for science, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Jacqueline. Okay, because of time and because we have some panelists that have other sessions, I would like to take it to the audience. So do we have any questions? I'll just be taking one or two, if there's any. So if you have any, you can indicate when we're done. Okay. Okay, so you can just indicate if you have any questions and someone will take the mic to you, please. So Rose can make a comment.
Great, thank you. So just to give you a moment to think of your question, I'll talk about something real quick. So I think we're talking about setting conditions for a strong ecosystem. That means different aspects of society have different strengths. And so just a quick story. I was part of the team that responded to the earthquake in Haiti. And my specific job was to evaluate the various new sensors that were coming online to see, well, how could they be used, in this circumstance? And I had this great professor came in with LiDAR, which wasn't, popularly used much at the time, and the product he was showing me was a 3-dimensional cloud of dots that showed exactly what the debris looked like. But this was useless to Haitians because they didn't have the equipment to receive a massive amount of data or display it. What they really needed was a text to say, you have 2 truckloads of debris at this location, and that can be a text. So here we needed both ends of that conversation. We needed scientists to discover new ways to look at the Earth using these emerging capabilities, and we needed people who could translate that downstream application in a lo-fi way that was accessible to all. So it's a combined effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rose. So do we have any question? Okay, so it seems like, okay, so I can see one question, so we'll just take that.
So, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My question is, especially to our visitors from UK, especially Professor Jacqueline. My question is, now that Kenya is on the rise and is willing to take up the task and challenge to build their space, industry, are there already laid out structures for maybe UK and US governments in support for Kenya, so that at least when you talk about research, my question is, are there already laid out structures to support that so that we can take this to reality? Thank you.
Great question, thank you. I'm actually also at Strathmore, by the way, that's where I teach. But absolutely, through the European Space Agency, there are Phi Labs where you can join online, you can participate, and you can compete with ideas which don't have to be completely formed. So you can have a slightly crazy idea and put it into the pool, and others will pick it up, including industry partners. And I think this is where we need more exposure, so to speak, of our researchers, our young people, where their ideas can be translated. I'm seeing Ken Mabira in the audience here. I have to say that when I was working in the UN, then as the chief scientist, the idea of a data cube, even 6 years ago, was a kind of, what is that? And here we are with a data cube and a digital earth literally being handed over here into Kenya. So we need a few people who can have that leadership and the idea, and they'll assemble people, young people, and create the opportunities. We just need a few of them to get things going. But absolutely, there are opportunities online, and happy to answer questions afterwards if anyone wants to follow up. Thank you.
Okay, so that will be the last question. You can go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kimani from Leo Sky Africa. I have a question for Mr. Davis. This is around, he mentioned that the space industry being brand new in Africa, we're talking about it's needing brand new innovations, or it's a playground for brand new innovations. What advice would you give? And also from what Dr. Otunda said in terms of the population being a youthful population. So what advice would you give the youth in terms of grabbing this, creating this new industry or ecosystem? Thank you.
Thank you. So I actually want to add a little bit onto that, which is advice for the youth and advice for the people who are not so young, because I think we need both. So I think for the youth is don't wait, right? Being constrained or waiting for policies or regulations to enable things to happen is going to slow things down, right? I think part of the value that a young, energized population take is that they are revolutionary. You will find the boundaries and the barriers, and you should break them down. And you know, if that means doing things that go beyond regulation, and there's a very big difference between that and against regulation. But one of the challenges with regulation is that it always lags technology. So you need to think of going beyond where we are today. And waiting for the rest of us to catch up with you is only going to slow you down. So I think that being bold and courageous, you know, if things don't work out for you, you still have 40 years to earn your retirement. If I start that, you know, I can't rest my retirement because I'm a lot, you know, further down the line. So I think that you have the advantage of time, which is something that we don't have. So be bold around that. I think the advice that I would give to those of us who are not so young anymore is, and this is particularly for Africa, we need to, I think, put our money where our mouths are in terms of ownership and driving the sector. So just as one example, particularly in Africa, if you look at Kenya, from 2019 until May of this year, around $1.9 billion of venture capital money flowed into Kenya. And the overwhelming majority of that was foreign, which means the IP and the technology is owned outside of Kenya and outside of Africa. And that means that the profits flow outside of Kenya and outside of Africa. And those profits will be reinvested to continue, you know, investing into new technologies, new IP, new ownership. And unless we as a continent and as people and as investors are willing to put our capital into supporting these new technologies, that cycle will continue. And I think that is the biggest advice that I can give to us and for the young people to ignore us and just run with things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Davis. Thank you very much. Professor Jacqueline had to sleep away because she has a session. So I'll just do a parting shot for everyone in 1 minute. I think Professor Farah has a session also, so he will go first. So just a parting shot in 1 minute. I think I want it to focus also on the private sector because Davis has raised something. So how best, because we are also looking at the future of developing a space sector in Africa. So how do we develop the private sector?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, in fact, I was, before you ask a question, add to what was being discussed about young people and about the future. I think for us in Africa, we are entering the space arena at the right time. And I say that because, at least for the downside, the applications and so on, we have the skills, we have the analysts, and we have the capacity. And we have been lacking the upper stream. And luckily for us, at this time, the launching capabilities and the satellite types that can be sent to space for Earth observation, especially, are becoming cheaper, quicker to set up, and require, less resources and less time. And we've already seen in the exhibition hall some of the universities, local universities, putting up their cube satellites. And therefore, I think for the young people, for the private sector startups, I think there's a big opportunity to be able to enter this market, of course with the support and coordination of the Kenya Space Agency. So I believe the opportunity is great. As I said, it is within our reach in terms of resources to be able to enter this area of manufacturing of satellites and launching them. So I would encourage the young people, the universities, the private sector to go into this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Farah. So I'll go to Dr. Otoma. You can go next and just give us your parting shot. I would like you to focus on the private sector, how we can grow this sector, how they can also be exposed to international partnerships as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a difficult question for a civil servant, because for all my life I've been in civil service, but I'll try. So personally, I see the space sector as a potential game changer, especially if you bring in the private, as you are correctly saying, and there are very many implications for prosperity. And I think all of us, and even the young people, wish for prosperity. And this prosperity will come in the space applications, in the environment. We always hear about COP26, COP27 is coming to Egypt. This is the issues of the earth is warming up, and it's going to have a big implication for all of us. So the issue is environment, and then of course in our particular part of the world, every country is concerned about its national security. So again, the space sector, if the private can relate with the people concerned with issue security and find a way of cooperating, it will be great. And being a physicist, I cannot leave science and discovery. As physicists, we always say much of what we know, we do not yet have the answers to what we do not know. Things like black holes, dark energy, we don't know all that. And then of course there is, above all, international collaborations. So what you are saying is going to be in the heart of the future. A long time ago, to collaborate, you had to go through some intermediaries. But now with social media, the youth through Facebook, Twitter, and what have you in social media, you can collaborate with your peers across the globe because it's become a village. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So Willie, I would also like your opinion on this. Just a minute to just give us your parting shot and recommendations.
Yeah, I think partly I think the honors are also on the private sector to probably get better organized. I believe in industry representation, so there is better coordination and collaboration between the different players. Sometimes you feel our business ecosystem is not well diversified. So we have to be on general capabilities and develop specialized capabilities. And I think adding on top of that, of course, there is also the subject matter expertise. So you should not just be an expert in Earth observation, but you also need to understand the domain in which that is going to be utilized. I think we have some way to go, and of course that could also include collaboration with international players. I mean, some local companies, I think they're actually representing international companies. But you know, we have to understand the importance of that. You can't do it all alone. I think we need to work together. On the part of the government, I would say there is that element of I think open data was discussed. I think that's critical. Making data available, making it accessible, making it relevant, so that, you know, people have the opportunity to build innovations on top of that. And I think what I could add maybe is the element of competitions, because if you are a data scientist, you know, we love Kaggle and I don't know what. But wouldn't it be nice if we have those, if we include actually now the end users? You know, you have a competition building an app for a county government. And you include, you know, the end users, because that is so critical. You tested the applicability of your innovation in the real world, because I think that's also very important.
Very much, Willie. I know that Davis will have so much to say because he also mentioned competition. So Davis, you can also give us your opinion in 1 minute.
Thank you. So certainly on the last point, I must say the Africa EO Challenge does exactly that. It is a Pan-African innovation competition looking for EO startups to be, you know, building their businesses. It'll be the 7th program this year. The finals to be taking place in Kenya towards the end of the year. So eochallenge.africa, I must just do that. The other element, just in terms of the private sector, that I want to add on is something that I think is missing in much of our private sector idea across Africa, which is that the private space sector is more than just engineering and science. There is art, there is culture, there is journalism, there is an entire ecosystem around this. If you imagine, and something that the US in particular has done really well, they have science fiction movies and books and artists and people writing stories about this that capture the imagination and the hearts of people outside of just the scientific and engineering community. You know, you reach a 9-year-old not by talking about, you know, orbital mechanics. You talk to them about the joy of exploring space, right? Where are the African sci-fi authors, right? Certainly there are a few, but I think that this is incredibly important in sparking a love for exploration, for science, for the space industry. And I think that if we are only focused on the engineering side and we miss out the human, the heart side of space, we're missing a big trick. So I think that that's a big component of the space sector that really needs to be promoted.
Thank you very much, Davis. So Rose, just in a minute, your parting shot. Yes.
Okay, Galette, just note the Nairobi Street Kitchen restaurant, very close by, has a great space mural that I documented and taken it home with me. So it's there, it's definitely there. Just a quick way of looking at this. I think one trap that many countries fall into is the bucket approach. You know, there's all this capability, but then they focus it on one project, and they burn out a person doing that. And it's great, maybe it grew something, but it's not connected to anything. You know, and so a better approach that other countries have taken is working on developing an irrigation system. So getting capability and data deliberately to different you know, ministries or areas of the country. And that is even better. But the best part is setting the conditions where you have kind of a free growing capability, where you set things up right so there's paths for venture capitalism to come in and support. You know, there's a strong cultural element to it. It's got aligned with policy. You know, so all of these pieces are kind of set up so that you have this distributed activity that's happening. It's not all centrally directed. And that's when you have an ecosystem that's going to grow, and then you can just sort of nudge it along, or, you know, support those areas that are particular strengths, and then you can leverage a government's power to have that convening ability, or if needed, speak to like the World Bank for those larger investments that are beyond what a small venture capitalist can do. And so that's kind of like a distribution of responsibility and focus that is a really healthy economy. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rose. So I think that this conversation is very versatile, and if we keep going, we would never finish it. So I'll just be closing, and I'll be giving some statistics as you will expect. I'm based in Africa, so of course I have to give you statistics. So the African space industry is undoubtedly one of the fastest growing in the world. The African space sector has progressed in the last 5 years, more than the continent has experienced in the previous 16 years. So that's how tremendous the growth has been. The African space industry is worth $7.37 billion and is projected to grow to $10.29 billion by 2024. A major contributor to this industry is the new space sector, which is the private sector, and it has experienced like a spurring enormous growth. There are over 270 private and public companies operating in the African space industry, both upstream and downstream segments. And the African space budget for 2021 was $588.6 million, which was a 17% increase from 2020. There are currently 25 countries that have developed or are in the process of developing their national space program. So that shows us that there's progress, as in considering that this almost half. There are also, so lastly, the contribution to why the African space industry remains an emerging market is partly because of slow progression of the market, attributed to myriads of difficulties, which are notably financial and political woes, market reach, access to funding, very important, and lack of human capital. We hope that this conference provides solution to most of it. I'm really hoping especially for human capital. So thank you very much. You can reach out to all the panelists and moderators to have further conversation, because we'll still be around today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, our dear panelists. Thank you, and as we take a moment for a photo, I'd like to invite Engineer Philip Nyakwawa. Please come and hand over the gift to our keynote speaker, Madam Ross. Thank you again. Please, let's appreciate them. Thank you once again. Thank you so much. All right. Nyakwaka, right? All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are due for our next session, but I'll give us a moment to stretch, get to know the person sitting next to you, say hello. We've had a really great 2 days. Let's just say hello to each other. Let's know if we had a good rest for the last 2 days. And ask him or her if she's ready for the next session. A moment just to stretch before we get into the next session. And in the meantime, I would like to call on Muhoro Ndungu. Please get ready because you are moderating the next session. Thank you.
Is enabling space law and policy for a vibrant space ecosystem. And we're looking for our keynote speakers and our panelists to join us. Madam Chesoni, Bwana Jared Boga, yes, Mr. Ponso Maruping is with us already. And yes, Bwana Jared. Yes, and Professor Sergio Machisim. Okay. Yes. We have an hour, and just to get things going, would like to invite our speakers as well as our panelists to introduce themselves and just give us a highlight. These are preeminent speakers on the matters of law and matters to do with legislation and regulation of the space industry. And we have a microphone. Yes. And perhaps we'll just go down the line and just have a quick introduction of each of our panelists and speakers.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. My name is Jared Boga. I'm Senior Director with the President's Delivery Unit in the Executive Office of the President, Kenya. And I'm here to discuss with you the space law in Kenya, the policies, and the enabling environment that we're putting in place to ensure that the space industry thrives.
Okay. Maybe. Thank you. Madam.
Hi, my name is Ponso Maruping. I'm the Deputy Managing Director at the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory. I also am the former chair of the South African Council for Space Affairs. And I'm just been sharing some insights on space law and policy.
Yeah, Professor.
Good morning. My name is Sergio Marchisio, and I come from Rome, the Sapienza University of Rome, where I teach space law since decades. I'm also General Counsel of the International Astronautical Federation and Chairman of the European Center for Space Law at the European Space Agency.
Okay. Yes, Madam.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Joan Chesoni. I'm a Principal State Counsel at the Office of the Attorney General and Department of Justice. I'm also a contributor for aviation and space law and policy matters in this country. I support our respective ministries on assignments related to these two areas. Currently, I'm also at the National Treasury at the Public-Private Partnerships Unit, where we support the government in exploring alternative means of financing public sector projects and provisions of services to the public. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Valmont Sami, currently the Chancellor of the International Space University and a co-founder for the African Space Leadership Institute. Just in terms of experience, worked on South African space policy, the African space policy, and I've also been a member of the South African Council for Space Affairs from a regulatory perspective.
Okay. Thank you. We have our speakers who have introduced themselves. I'm Mohoro Ndungu. I will be the moderator, just trying to keep us on time. I think all the information and the context that we require to understand space law is going to come from our keynote speakers, and our keynote speakers are Professor Sergio Machiso and Madam Maruping. And just to put context, I'm not sure who's going to come first. Lady, okay. So please welcome our first keynote speaker to guide us on these matters of policy on and development of space law.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm gonna keep this short. It's been a hectic 3 days of presentations, so I'm gonna try and really just get to the point. So firstly, I mean, you know, we need to at least understand what space policy is. It's a decision that a state makes in terms of, in this specific instance, because we're talking about space, in relation to how they want to, regarding, you know, space flight, or how they want to, what they want to do in outer space. And this would be both for civilian and whether it's scientific or commercial, or military purposes. So in a lot of states it differs. Sometimes it's a combined effort. In most cases it's separate. I think the thing to note that is space policy is evolutionary. You know, in the 1960s it started with when Russia launched Sputnik and then created this major space race. Okay, didn't do anything. I know I said I was gonna keep it short, but not that short. No, the presentation's gone. All right, thank you. And then that follow, you know, that was then followed by a major space race with the U.S. You know, being determined to beat Russia. And then, you know, over time, then we get to space exploration and the realization that, you know, this is not an effort that can be done by one nation, and that led to, you know, where we are now, where most countries are really very collaborative in space, while they still maintain very specific objectives for their own countries. The policy should shape the evolution of the national space program. So, and I mean, it's not necessary that you have a policy. India, for instance, have a substantial space program that's been successful. They didn't start with very specific policy, but they had programs that they developed over time. So why do we need it? So if you think about where we all start when we haven't got any space programs, you know, we sit right at the bottom where there's really limited capacity, very limited autonomy. And, you know, by capability, we mean being able to do the full spectrum of activities in space, being able to integrate space into all our national infrastructure, policies and strategies. So completely how we use space assets and that drive everything that, for instance, government does. And in terms of autonomy, you know, either it talks about whether you have access and operate in space without the need to rely on other people's external support. So there are countries who can do the full spectrum of activities in space. You know, the major operators are already doing all of those. And then the ability to define space policy independent of from divergent political interests. This is often a bit of an issue for emerging countries, and one that, you know, you have to take into consideration when you get going. So essentially a policy just helps a state and all of the actors determine what direction the country is going to take, And, for some, it's better to do, grow your capability, but perhaps not necessarily strive for complete autonomy. And for some countries, they would want to do all of that. If you think of China, Russia, the US, they sit right in that top right quadrant of this. So that essentially that is the reason we require this. Keep going back. Okay, so what should be included? I think more importantly, very clear goals. So, a policy is not necessarily a strategy, but then it sets the tone, it sets the intent. So you should have very clear goals of what your country wants to achieve. It should be principle-based, and I'll show you some examples of that. And it should also be right-sized, so, you need to consider what exists, what is possible, what budgets can be committed, and therefore, on the basis of that, make sure that it suits your specific environment. For example, we in South Africa have a lot of companies that are already quite successful in space. So our policy would have a very different, I would say, orientation to a country that is still trying to build just a local industry that is recognized globally and can supply products. So make sure that it suits your specific environment. But remember what I said right at the beginning, it's evolutionary. So be able to determine when it's necessary to revise the policy to suit the needs of the country. It should be specific, relevant, and applicable to the environment. So I'm going to start with South Africa as an example. Our policy is actually really, really old. It was developed in 2008. It was set to be reviewed every 10 years. We actually did not review the policy because we are currently in the middle of reviewing the legislation and decided that we will relook at the policy. After that, the policy was still, I would say, a lot of the principles of the policy are quite relevant. So the first being about a peaceful, using space for peaceful uses and for the benefit of all mankind. So that was the first basic principle we adopted. That we were committed to developing and maintaining a robust and appropriate set of space capabilities. South Africa already had some capabilities. The apartheid government actually had already developed quite a bit of space heritage, so had developed satellites, they developed launch capability, and unfortunately some of those activities were stopped during the transition because I guess they were scared the new government might use it irresponsibly. But also that, we made a commitment to be responsible in terms of maintaining a space environment, supporting private sector, also committed to supporting research and development in space science and technology. And I would say, I'm not going to go through all of these, but I would say a lot of these did happen. Some I would say a little bit more by accident rather than purpose, because I don't necessarily think that we've committed the resources needed to do this properly right from the beginning, and that's being really completely objective about it. I do think that what has helped is that we had a private sector that is very capable and used all the opportunities to advance the capabilities in any case. And then our objectives were also set out in terms of one of the key issues often is just improving coordination. So for example, every government department used to buy their own data and probably in most cases find that there's duplication in terms of money spent by different government departments buying the same type of data, and then that improved coordination brings efficiency, for instance. So when the Space Agency was established, it was then a requirement that government can only source space data through the agency. Another key objective was, to build a capacity building initiatives, and a lot of these existed in both in space science and in space engineering in the various universities. So that is kind of an oldish example, I guess. And then I wanted to just maybe give an example of a fairly recent space policy. The UAE have also recently developed their own policy, and their overarching goal for policy is to build a strong and sustainable space sector that supports and protects national interests. They are already, indicating supporting vital industries, diversifying growth and economy, and boosting capabilities and competencies in scientific and technological areas. So that is the basis for why they have the policy. And then they've also set out their principles, enhance the lives of citizens, support safety and security, support growth and diversify economy. So again, anchoring principle that says this is why we're doing it, and therefore it guides everyone who's doing activities in space around the same intent. They've also set out the goals to expand and protect vital sectors, to develop a sustainable, competitive, and innovative commercial space industry, conduct space missions. And if you look at their space program, you can see the elements of all of these goals followed up by very specific programs in the strategies that they've developed, in the budgets that they've put into those policies. And that is what is needed to get a policy that actually is effective. I think that's it for now, so maybe we can continue the engagements through the discussion. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this invitation, and I'm really lucky to speak after Ms. Maruping, who was leading the scientific and technical subcommittee of the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space in a very wise way, leading to the agreement, to the consensus on the second phase of the working group on long-term sustainability of outer space activities, which will start next year in February. So my role is about space law. As you have heard, I'm professor of space law at the University of Rome, and we have strong ties with the Kenyan Space Agency, not only for the agreement existing about the Malindi base, which I had the opportunity to visit, and which is not only an historical heritage, it is also a very well functioning tracking station for the time being, and I hope that in the framework of the new agreement and the 5 protocol, there will be more and better implementation for the interest of both parties, and mainly on the Kenyan party. So why space law? Space law is important because it gives some tools for building a robust and vibrant space ecosystem, even though I should say it is not mandatory to have space legislation. Space legislation has some reasons which are very clear and very specified. It is not a general commitment to have a space law. I remember in Bremen there was the International Astronautical Congress, and the representative of one Baltic country said we are urgently adopting a space law, but I asked him why you are adopting such law. You have no space missions, no space programs. So it was some very perspective for the future, but I think that the adoption of a space legislation, national space legislation, should be very carefully assessed, because this can be on one side an instrument for assisting and supporting the growing of the space ecosystem, but on the other side can be also a way for over-regulating a sector which doesn't need such an over-regulation. And I should say that everything starts with the UN space treaties. I'm sorry, this is the top of the chain, and the need for a space legislation derives mainly for the need to implement some of the provisions of the UN Space Treaty. And so my first recommendation to countries and emerging space countries, and please adhere to the UN Space Treaties. They are 5, but I think that it is more than sufficient to adhere to the 4 core treaties, which are the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, the Agreement on Astronauts and Rescue of Astronauts and Return of Space Object of 68, the Liability Convention of 72, the Registration Convention of 75. For the last one, the Moon Treaty, which is the Cinderella of the treaties of 1979, I should confess I could not recommend its ratification, because for the time being there are some provisions inside which are quite sensitive and divisive in the international community. Only 18 countries have accepted the Moon Treaties, while at the present there are 20 states that have signed the Artemis Accords, which are another kind of legal instruments for dealing with moon exploration and utilization. Anyway, I do not want to enter into these details. My point is that, as I said, there is a benefit in accepting the UN treaties, because inside these treaties there are several fundamental principles for carrying out space activities. Any country that wants to carry out space activities should comply with these principles, which are the benefit in the interest of all countries. The exploration induces the province of all mankind, the province, not common heritage. They are different concepts, be careful. Freedom of exploration and use, no discrimination of any kind, equality, the principle of equality, which is important, the accordance with international law, the free access to all areas of celestial bodies, the freedom of scientific investigation, and the openness of the results of scientific investigation. In this line there is a problem with the broadening of the results according to Article 11 of the Outer Space Treaty, and then international cooperation. But once you have adhered to this treaty, you should take into account that there are some provisions inside them that really call for the adoption of a national space legislation. And of course there are many categories of national space legislation. You can consider a national space legislation even a bill that regards the creation of a space agency. But this is an institutional aspect, and this doesn't cover really the concerns which are inside the UN treaties on space activities, which are 3. I will mention them. The first one is the accountability of states for their national activities in outer space. This is the first one, accountability/responsibility. I prefer accountability because it means that any activities in outer space which is conducted by national entities, both of public nature, ministries, Ministry of Defense, agencies, and private actors, this is the importance, are attributed to the state. All the consequences, even the activities of the private entities. This is a core principle of the UN treaties, of the Outer Space Treaty, Article 6, which in some countries is called the syndrome of Article 6 because it's not easy to implement it. You have the example of the USA, for instance, where a very strong and detailed legislation has been adopted since the 60s to regulate access of private entities to space. And the other one is the principle of liability. The state is liable for all kinds of activities in outer space, both public and private. So even the private activities, if they produce damage, they are, the state is liable for them. And it is absolutely liable, at least for damages on the Earth and in aerospace, and by fault in case of collisions in outer space. But it is quite a state-centered system of liability. And the third principle is the principle of jurisdiction. Once you have sent an object, an asset in outer space, you should maintain jurisdiction and control over it and over any kind of crew that are inside the space object in outer space. So around these three principles, we had the need for national space legislation. If you look at the numbers, we have more than 110 states that adhere to the Outer Space Treaty, more or less 100 states that adhere to the other three treaties, while we have 40 countries that have adopted since the beginning of the space era, national space legislation. So you see, not all states are adopting or have adopted national space legislation. If you look at the recommendations of the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space on the building blocks of national legislation relevant to the exploration and use of outer space, we see that there are two concepts which are very well underlined. The first one is that the need for a space legislation depends on the range of space activities which are conducted by a state. It depends on that. If you have activities on exploration, recovery of space resources, or you are thinking about this, probably you should have a legislation on that. Like USA, Luxembourg, the Emirates, the United Arab Emirates, Japan, etc. If you have Earth observation activities, you can, of course, adapt your legislation to that, and so on. The other principle is the level of involvement of private entities. Because if you don't have private entities which are carrying out operations in space, well, a space legislation is relatively less useful because under the treaties you have the main principle is that private entities should be licensed, authorized by the appropriate state, and the appropriate state is the launching state, which is identified according to 4 criteria, not necessarily the state from whose territory the object is launched. It can be also the state that launches or procures the launch, etc. So the level of involvement of private entities is very important. And why we have more and more states engaging in adopting space legislation? Because they have a growing number of private space operators. Operator means any natural or juridical person carrying out a space operation under its responsibility and independently, of course, under a licensing system provided for by its national authorities. And it can be a launching activity, but can be also ensuring the commanding of a space object during its journey into outer space and, if necessary, during its return. Look at the example of France. France adopted a very, very detailed space legislation in 2008 because, first of all, it is a launching state everything that some object is launched from Kourou base, because Kourou is part of the French territory. It can be also a state that launches its own space object or procures the launch of private space object, and so on. And just to regulate the relation between the state and space operator, it has adopted this very detailed space legislation. Why? Because since under the treaties at the international level, France is always liable for any kind of damage caused by these private activities, in its legislation, it has determined exactly the opposite, that the private operators is liable in face of the French state, and it should be ensured, it should ensure its activities until a certain ceiling, and then if the damage is more than that, the state will intervene to cover the extra financial responsibility for damages. So now that we have more private operators than governmental entities in outer space, because according to the numbers, I'm not particularly competent on that, but I read that as for 2021 there were more than 10,000 private space tech companies in space against about 130 governmental organizations. It is, of course, from that number, it is interesting that space legislation can be adopted in countries. And I would like to just mention that in Europe we have on one side national space legislation that normally do not touch about the issue of promoting space activities. I will just finish, and because this is something up to the economic sector or to the European Space Agency, and at the same time the European Space Agency, which is very much acting for supporting innovation and access to capital for space-based business. So thank you very much, and I leave the floor for the others.
Thank you very much, our keynote speakers. I think key points have been pointed out, and I think in principle what we are looking at is guidance from the first presenter on matters of development of a national policy to guide the development of both private and public sector participation in the sector. What we are about to do is invite our panelists to guide us with some additional input before we go to answer some of the questions which I'm just about to outline. What we are looking at by the end of this session is to have input on a number of areas, key amongst them. In the view of our panelists, we're looking at the regulation of the space sector and the necessity for that regulation to guide an emerging space sector, especially for countries like Kenya and others who are at the very beginning of the process of development of their space sectors. And the next question I believe that we'll be looking at to get some input from our panelists is the role of international law, which has been highlighted by a professor, in particular the 5 space laws, in developing national legislation and also in guiding the development of both the public and the private sector development. As you've just heard, the nation that's hosting space activities is responsible for both public and private. We're also looking at what are the areas that a country needs to start looking at out of the 5 laws in terms of domestication of international law and in terms of how a spacefaring nation may participate in both regional, international, and other treaties that may be critical to supporting its development. So we'll be looking at our panelists to look at what conventions, treaties, legal instruments, and other aspects that we may need to start taking into consideration as we begin to develop our policy and legislation. A key part, I think, which has been highlighted is the need for all these policy and legislative activities to be key in guiding not just the public sector, but primarily to look at how they will guide and promote the growth of the private space sector. And so with that, I'll ask our panelists to please do so within the next, first an initial 2 minutes, and then based on their initial input, we can then invite questions and begin to address some of those questions, some of those issues that have been raised. So our panelists, perhaps, could you begin from that end, please?
Okay, thank you. I'll start. So I'm always educated when I come to a forum like this in terms of what Poncho and Sergio had presented, pick up some new insights. But maybe just to put into perspective the reason why we engage in policy and law. So you look at it more from a policy governance perspective. And essentially what you're doing is you're establishing boundary conditions for your space program. And the way I like to differentiate between policy and law is in the boundaries, you could have soft boundaries and hard boundaries. So policies are essentially creating what I would call the soft boundaries. For example, just to give you an easy example, you have HR policies at an institutional level, and a policy says you shall not be late to work. You can be late, there's no punitive measure, you don't go to jail for it. But if you consistently do it, there are consequences. Whereas legislation is hard, there's punitive measures. Okay? And that's how I differentiate it between policy and law. You're setting the boundary conditions, some are soft and some are hard. The one thing that I want to caution, and I've seen this, is that you find agencies are being set up that are expected to regulate and also implement programs at the same time. You cannot police yourself. It's impossible. So you need to separate those two functions. And I think the key aspect of legislation at a national level is to limit the liability to the state, number one, and secondly, to foster responsible use of outer space. So just to give you a sense, there's mention of the long-term sustainability of outer space as an example. And some of these are just guidelines, and you can decide how you want to regulate that. And I think Poncho can attest, even in South Africa, we are thinking, if you want to issue a license for a satellite as an example, should we insist on deorbiting capabilities? And those are the kinds of debates that we can look at a national level to see how we respond to some of the treaties and conventions. Thanks.
Thank you. I think when it comes to the conversation about policy and law, it's critical to always keep in mind that your legislative framework is informed by policy. So you need to have an articulation of your aspirations as a country with regard to that particular sector, looking very carefully at what you need to build that sector, so in our case the space sector, and what is suitable for the local circumstance at the policy level. From there you can then build onto your legislative framework and also your implementation framework within that legislative framework, together of course with your strategy on how you will achieve the goals that you've put in that are within your policy. I think for a country like Kenya, being that we are an emerging spacefaring nation, it's very critical for us to just keep in mind that we need policy frameworks that will support with the building of human capacity within this area, increasing our knowledge, both to create expertise on the subject matter within the various facets of it. And we also need a policy that will translate into a legislative framework that is easily understood by the user, the end user. Here we call the end user Wanjiko. Wanjiko is a common Kikuyu name for a lady. So we refer to our public as Wanjiko. So anytime we speak to a public servant, we'll always tell you that we serve Wanjiko. So for me, it's very critical that Wanjiko is able to understand and use the law, because if she's unable to do so, then that piece of legislation is useless. We also need to understand that you cannot govern what you do not know. And that ties then back to the aspect of building the human capacity, because then we are able to build frameworks that are useful to us as a country. We also need to understand that looking at space, the space industry, it's capital intensive. We're a country where we have very many competing priorities on our fiscus, and I guess like almost every state on earth, very few states have what I'd say excess capital on their balance sheet as governments. So to look for innovative ways within which we can finance this sector and a sustainable way to do so. Closely connected to policy is also our political commitment, because my experience in public sector over a decade has shown me that without the appropriate political commitment, there is no translation, or your policy will never see the light of day. So I think I've been very fortunate to be at a place in time in Kenya where there were several policies that enabled youth, women to be more involved in various sectors across government. I'm the youngest serving director on the Kenya Space Agency Board, and I believe this was part of some of the policy changes that we'd had within Kenya. So it's very critical, even as we look at our space industry, to ensure that the policy looks across the board. It's not just focused, but everything is connected together to ensure that we deliver what is required for the Kenyan population. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The existence of any government is for self-preservation, and in that context, it tells you that if the citizens do not demand for something, or they're not talking about it, then no policy will be realized in that direction. And two, the academia will operate in a vacuum where they churn out graduates and there is no anchorage for it. So I'm starting my contribution to this conversation from the fact that we need a critical mass that will spur conversations about utilization of space law and space policy. Of course, policy precedes the law, but in Kenya, the challenge we have is within the context of working in silos. Various agencies and sectors are utilizing various technologies from space and also GIS remote sensing in their own spaces without necessarily anchoring it within a spot where there's numbers, there's a critical mass on conversation around the kind of legislation that need to be put in place. Now, for us to realize that, there are various players that need to participate. The academia. The academia have a very central role in informing the policy, because vice versa, in the sense that the graduates that come from universities need a space where they can grow. They can utilize what there is that they have gotten from the universities. On the other hand, which is very critical, is the private sector. The private sector, which have the resources, the venture capital to provide innovation in that space of developing various apps, developing the economy or the ecosystem upon which growth in the space industry can be realized, need to be brought on board. And there's a component that is very critical, that is the political class, because if there's no political will, then resources cannot be available in developing and implementing policies and the laws. Now, in the country here in Kenya, we have the Kenya Space Agency, which is domiciled at the Ministry of Defense, purposefully so that Kenya Space Agency provides the required anchorage, and also the Space Agency now becomes the civilian outreach in providing data, framework, and also informing how the public should shape, how the policy should be shaped. Now, without the populace having conversation on how to utilize that information and knowledge that come from the space agency, then that vacuum becomes a challenge that need to be addressed. So it very important is that all facets and various sectors that will be ultimate beneficiaries of the policies and law need to work together. Because without concerted efforts that bring on board all the agencies and the actors into a central pillar, then we end up in split energies. Thank you.
Okay. Could we have a clap for our speakers and the initial input that has come in from our panelists? As we said at the beginning, we have a number of key issues that we are looking at. We have some 10 minutes before the end of this session. And what we are looking at are a number of issues that I think that have been raised. Kenya is at the very beginning of development of its space capabilities. And one of the key issues that's in place is the development of the policy framework that's going to guide. And I think we have been guided in some of the conversations that we need to have. We need a drive from the populace, from the private sector, from the public sector to begin that conversation. We need to be clear about what sort of limits and what guidance we're providing both to the public and private sector. We have the international laws to take into account. We have resources and other aspects to begin to look at. So we are at this point looking at some input from our panelists, and as part of the conversation we'll be coming back to the plenary to get some of the questions in place. The first part, I think, and this was highlighted, I think, by Professor, what is the status and where are we at, and what are the aspects that we need to start taking into account as Kenya in terms of the international space laws. Do we have space? Do we have adequate understanding of what we need at this stage of our development to take into account amongst the 5 laws that were outlined, and what may be some of the steps that we may need to take in order to begin to understand what part of our, how our policy and how our, legislation may be influenced by the international law. Perhaps from one of the panelists. We could have some input into, in terms of how Kenya may begin that process, perhaps Madam. And we also are looking at the private sector and how to facilitate the private sector. Again, what may be some of the steps that may already be underway that needs to be taken into account as we begin our policy development process. So perhaps for the initial, Madam.
I mean, I think that as much as we agree that you don't really necessarily need local legislation, I do think that as a start, I would say at least countries should accede to the Outer Space Treaty. Maybe for part of the reason, of course, is that you're giving assurance to whoever you're going to partner with that you're a responsible user of space, and a lot of us are going to need to work with partners. So I think at a minimum it provides that. But also local legislation kind of, as Val was saying, sets the rules. If I'm an investor and I want to set up here a small space company, I want to know what rules I'm supposed to operate in. So I think it absolutely helps at least maintain that, give people assurance that they know what they can or cannot do within a given country. And considering that a lot of technology development is done across state boundaries, a lot of this collaboration happens all the time, I do think that it's, at least at a minimum, accede to the Outer Space Treaty and have, even if it's just a basic legislation. The only thing I would caution is that do not just take up somebody else's template. In the beginning, I think a lot of the space activities were government-led, and now we have a lot of private sector engagement. And for African countries, I used to emphasize for South Africa, our legislation has to be enabling. We have to make sure that whatever we put in there, yes, sets boundaries, but also protects the interest of private sector so that we can get them encouraged to get involved in space activities.
Thank you. Any other input? Perhaps Professor, and then...
Just one observation concerning the level of international law, because I know that Kenya is party to the Outer Space Treaty and to the Liability Convention. I think that it would be wise to adhere also to the Registration Convention of 1975. Indeed, you launched a space object, ICUNS, a small satellite, which was delivered from the International Space Station through a new method of launching, which is posing problems also from the legal point of view. These are the new applications that can challenge the existing rules of international law. But at the time, you had, just to be the registering state, you had to rely on an old resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations of 1961, which asks recommends state to register their space assets in outer space. So why not to cross the bridge and ratify the convention? Also, the astronauts agreement is an important one. So I think that a recommendation could be to, I think that it is already in discussion, this issue, and then, as was already said, to take into account the specific need for any kind of national legislation.
And I think just for context, before we get our next input, Kenya is perhaps entering now through the Kenya Space Agency, but Kenya has had space activities from the 1960s, and so therefore there are aspects that we've already signed on to the international law, but let's get some input from Madam.
Thank you. Okay, Professor Makisio, of course, fortunately has made the point that I wanted to make, which is that we are already a state party to the Outer Space Treaty and the Liability Convention. But I also just wanted to point out in the case of Kenya, and this is also related to the point that Professor made in his presentation about really considering the necessity of actually having, like domesticating a piece of legislation, that for Kenya in 2010, when we passed the new constitution, we became a monist state. So under Article 2.6 of our constitution, you find that any treaty that we are party to automatically becomes part of our law. So those are some of the considerations we give while trying to see how to frame our legislative space, because we may find that it's not quite necessary to legislate everything. If anything, I think you need, I'm sure everyone in the room will agree that we are now in a new space age. It's now a commercial space age. And I think Ms. Maruping has clearly stated that we're moving away from these activities being strongly, financed from a state perspective. It's now on the private sector end. And so you have to have a framework that's agile and responsive to that. You can't be over-prescriptive, because then it will stifle your innovation, it will stifle development. Thank you.
Okay, we've already run out of time with our session. Is there any urgent question that we feel we need to put to the panel? We'll just take, there's one question. We'll take the question there, and then we have our panelists, and they're available even beyond this session. So please just go ahead and...
Okay, thank you very much. So with conversation about policy and regulations, I just want to ask, because I think it's something that is peculiar with the African space industry, because other industries within the African space industry, within the African economy, you see policies around tax incentives and all of that, which is meant to foster growth of the private sector, the new space sector. I just want to understand why we don't look into those kind of regulatory or policies that would actually foster their growth. A lot of companies move to tax havens, like to set up, and this even, like I know some policies pioneer incentives in Nigeria and so many other policies around Africa for certain industries that the government wants to boost. So why do we not look at things like tax incentives to, even if it's just a 5-year holiday, for these private companies to grow? I just want to get their perspective.
If there's a quick answer to that, and then we'll close our session, please.
I think what the question is demonstrating is that you need multiple stakeholders when you're developing policy. If you only bring space experts into the room, then the product of what you get is limited to what they know. Yes. So if you bring other consultants, other people from other sectors, then your policy is going to be much more robust. And yes. Then I just wanted to mention some positive news. I've been engaging with the Kenyan Space Agency on Monday and Tuesday. We were re-looking at the Kenyan space policy. We have a completely new draft space policy, which I presented this morning to Colonel Hillary and the team. So that will go out for consultation.
Okay. If you'll allow me, just for now, we are closing this session. We are not closing the discussion. I've seen a couple of questions that were being proposed. I think some people had their hands up. But if you'll allow us, would like to end this session. The panelists will be available. And any one of us, if you can reach to any one of us, we shall try as much as we can to be able to respond to you. So thanks again to the keynote speakers and our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Another round of applause. Thank you. Sorry we couldn't take all the questions. I know we have a lot, but I would like to invite Dr. Dons, please, come and hand over. dance? Oh, Doris. Oh, all right. Oh, Dr. Doris, please. No, I just need to take photos with you. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our health break, but just to remind you to tweet. Our hashtag is KSEC 2022. Let the people, your friends, know that you're here. We are on the third day of this conference. Just take photos, take videos, tweet them, and keep the conversation going as we come to the end of the 3-day conference. But now we are ready for our health break. Please, let's take the shortest time possible. If you can't finish your tea before the time is up, you can bring your cup of tea and snack here so we can quickly begin our next session, which will be a breakout session. So please note which room you need to be in from 11:30. So please enjoy your tea break and let's be here as soon as possible.
our guests, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to this session. We are going to talk about capacity building in Earth observation. And kindly make your way to your seats so that we can begin. Everybody is ready. We are beginning. Kindly join us. I'm first of all going to call the guests that we have for this discussion up front. We're then going to have 2 keynote speeches, and then we'll do a panel discussion, and then of course take questions from the audience. So first on stage, I am going to call Julius Gishohi, founder of Geospatial Diploma Training at the Regional Center for Mapping for Resources of Development, RCMRD. Welcome, Mr. Julius Gishohi. That is Mr. Julius Gishohi. Please welcome him as he comes on stage. Next, we're going to have Dr. Jen Bemigisha, founder and executive director at ASIPS International Limited. Welcome, Dr. A round of applause for Dr. Bemigisha. Free sitting. Yeah. When you feel more comfortable, apart from this one. Next upstage is going to be Dr. Maurice Besseng, Research Associate, Institute of Global Sustainable Development of the University of Sheffield. Welcome, sir. Next on stage is going to be Mr. Mesha Kinywa, who's Space Applications Training Officer, African Union Commission. Last but not least, or best for last, we have Professor Faith Karanja, Chair of the Geospatial Space Technology Department, the University of Nairobi. Welcome, Professor. And so now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give the panelists each 1 minute for a brief introduction. Just tell the delegates and the audience of just who you are, what you do, and where you do that. 1 minute. We start with the last on stage, Professor.
I think it's still good morning. My name is Faith Karanja from the University of Nairobi, Department of Geospatial and Space Technology. This is where I teach and train in terms of remote sensing. That is my area of specialization, and currently I'm the chair of the department. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, moderator. I'm Mesha Kinywa. I'm happy to speak in front of most of my seniors, and Dr. Faith was with me in the University of Nairobi, but I was in the School of Physics. I know they call it the Biological and Physical Sciences, and we used to interact a lot. I'm at the African Union Commission. We have created the African Space Agency, but we're also implementing some programs like GMES in Africa, focusing on Earth observation.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Maurice Besseng. Thank you, moderator, for the introductions. I am at the University of Sheffield in the UK. at the Institute of Global Sustainable Development. My interest is on data justice in environmental resource management. And our institute is the lead for capacity development and user engagement in the Africultures project. I think most of you must have heard a lot about the project already as a sponsor of this Expo. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Dr. Jane Bemucha, and I am the Executive Director for ESIPS International Limited. It is an environmental consultancy based in Uganda, oriented to applications of Earth observation and geoinformation. We have developed a number of applications, but key is a rangelands monitoring tool developed with ICPAC, and also a wetlands vulnerability analysis tool developed with RCMRD, and as also more work on rangelands. We have a GHG project supported by EU running in Uganda, but recently we opened an office in Nairobi, and this is an office focused on an Africa program for a company. I'm really glad and excited to be here to share more about capacity building, because most of the projects that we have done have a capacity building component, and also not just capacity building for professionals, but we also do policy briefing. We do cabinet paper preparation for the areas of the work where we do implement projects. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, moderator, and all protocols observed. My name is Julius Gishoi. I'm the Acting Director, Capacity Building and Training in Regional Center, and I'm also the Principal for Regional Center Training Institute, which is the training arm of the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development. I'm actually proud to be here because one of the things that I'm very proud of doing is capacity building, and it is something that I have done for the last more than 20 years. And also coming from Regional Center, whereby we do a lot of remote sensing, GIS, survey, and all that, and coming from a regional organization whereby we have about 20 member states. So this is one of our member states, and we would like to do the best we can. So I hope we'll talk more. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for that wonderful introductions of yourself. Now you know who is upstage. Kindly prepare your questions. Your moderator for this session is Jack Matara. I'm Deputy Director, Space Research and Innovation at the Kenya Space Agency. Background in geospatial engineering and also international relations. Welcome to this. So up front, the first keynote speech is going to be given by Dr. Maurice Bessing. Welcome.
I'm very tough, so I need to check here. Good morning, everyone, again, and thank you so much, the KSA, for inviting us to share our experience on capacity development and user engagement in the Africultures project. For those of you who have been, is it the first or second? No. Well, I had already introduced myself a little. Nope. Can I go back? How do I go back? Go back. Yes. No, I think. Okay. No, it's not good. I want to go back. Please. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know. I have 7 minutes and I have a couple of slides, so I think approximately 30 seconds per slide. But it's a good because you're already aware of the Africultures project, of of the services that they have produced, I want to focus here on the stakeholders involved. As you can see, the Africultures project is a consortium of 17 partners, 9 in Europe, 8 in Africa. And on the board there, you will see that most of them, or over 90% of them, are developers, engineers. Only our institute, the University of Sheffield, is coming from a social science perspective. And this is important because our role in the project is to lead on the user engagement side of the project. With the African consortium partners, we have been able to work with them to involve key actors in Earth observation for agricultural applications in the different countries we have worked. And in Kenya, our key partner is located. That was you had the opportunity to listen to the talk yesterday. So the Africultures project, just to remind of the different services that they have produced. Over 23 products group into these services. And I think including a list of use cases, which is part of that product portfolio, as well as a platform. If you go online now, you're able to access the Africultures platform. Like I said earlier, my interest in this presentation is to discuss how we came about having these products from the Africultures project. When it comes to capacity development in the EO sector, compared to ICT for development sector, it is relatively new. So there is no benchmark practice on how to engage end users and build capacity. So we drew most of our learnings from the more established ICT for development sector. We had to consider issues around design reality gap, where engineers sit in a room and design products that are not very useful for the end users. Looking at issues around equity in participation in governance, try to be mindful of lofty ambitions of realizing, say, grand scale projects which maybe a farmer, maybe in Mulunga County will never get to know about it. And when you look at, the literature on ICT for development sector has come up with these best practice principles that you have to consider when you want to engage end users in ICT applications. And the first of that is design with the user. So we had to bring all these learnings, all this knowledge into perspective to develop, draft our own approach to capacity development, where we consider those 3 key pillars around co-design, co-development, and co-ownership of all the products and services that we are developing with Africultures. So these are the key parameters of our capacity development strategy or principles. We know that it's, we try to push that it's a mutual learning process. The 9 European partners and the 8 African partners are mutual partners in the process of learning. It's a long-term challenge, of course. It's not just a one-off. Capacity development needs to continue to empower the different stakeholders. And of course, we also have to bring in issues around equity and justice in the way we design these applications. Are we able to reach some of the marginalized groups that we have in society? For Africultures, we had a particular focus on women in the different countries that the Africultures project is working with. And after designing considering our approach, designing our strategy, we now look at the different methods that we use to engage the stakeholders. We didn't go for just one single method. We used a plethora of issues after detailed consultation with the local stakeholders in the African countries and the European partners, of course. And then we developed specific country capacity development strategies that reflected all these different communication methods. And it was iterative. We go with the flow depending on on the nature of the engagement and interaction. So a series of communication strategies are using that caters for the different stakeholders that we have. For example, we have, when the project started in 2017, with our input, we had a first round of user engagement in 2018. So there were series of strong background work to understand the gap EO needs or challenges in the different 8 African countries. In Kenya, for example, we profiled the different counties based on the user input. We sampled some of them, and then sent out surveys to capture agricultural challenges. And then there was a first stakeholder workshop again in 2018, where over 25 institutions, with the help of Locate IT, of course, stakeholders were brought together to discuss on their user needs or user requirements on how to build these applications, the agriculture's applications or products. And the process continued with the second round of user engagement, where you can see prototype of the platform or the services that you have now. Users were able to come up with some design requirements of what they expect to see in that in the product portfolio. And then there we start identifying capacity development gaps, and then discussions around interoperability, suitability of the products for rural needs. All these were considered in the design process of the agriculture's product portfolio. And then the third round of user workshops, when the first design was achieved, there was another round of workshops to report on the status of the project and for users to give their feedback into this. We used different means to capture the feedback. It was a pandemic year, so we had to use different means to capture user feedback. And then co-develop more use cases with the users. Because as we fine-tune the applications, there was realization that some products might be suitable for different products type or crop type. And through this process, we developed different resources, a user manual for the platform, training videos. We have a dedicated website for the project where we upload blogs and academic papers just to capture our experiences. And just some lessons that we have learned. We know that workshops alone are limitations. Code design process is complex, it's time consuming, it needs to be iterative, and it's long term. And with gender equity issues, I think the first day of the workshop, we showed that it was clear that not many women in Kenya, for example, are involved in this sector. So with agricultures, we help to increase that or to enhance that, to make sure that more women are involved in the workshops, in the use of, or experiencing the use of these applications. And then we know there are limitations of what EO data can do when it comes to agricultural development or production. And on how we can maybe enhance this, dissemination networks with the local stakeholders is important. Local customization of those products, and to build equitable and mutual understanding and engagement going forward. The last slide is just some of the resources that have come up from the project for those who want to engage academically with that. You can Google this and you will see a lot of the resources to guide you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maurice Bessing, for that insightful presentation. This is tying in so well, especially with our theme for the conference, leveraging space capabilities for national development. Our next keynote, and the last one before we engage in the panel discussion, is going to come from Julius Gishoi of RCMRD. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. I hope it's still morning and all protocols are observed. I would like to take this opportunity first to thank KSA for inviting and organizing this seminar. And then I would also like to appreciate each and every individual who has come here And during this time, as I said, I have been in capacity building for a long time. I've met my students, I've met my colleagues, and but I'll ask for me to recognize one person who is here, who is my former Director General, who is Dr. Fala. I would just like to appreciate him because we started this journey with him. Thank you. I think I just wanted us to go to a headline where we are saying that the future of automation is in location-based systems and driven by remote sensing. If from history, what we know is that there has been some innovations that has been called that are abrasive, all those innovations that come and change the way things has been happening and everything has been happening. Remote sensing is coming to be one that is going to be applied by each and every person, and it is going to be applied in each and every section. So it is an area that it is not supposed to be specifically just for the specialist, but is supposed to be used by each and every person and in each and every field. Then I think that's what I did. I gave my profile, and I'm not going to dwell with it further. And maybe in my presentation, I'm going to give a brief of introduction of RCMRD. I'll also look at the activities that RCMRD is involved in. I'll also try to introduce some of the partners, and then also talk about one flagship project in Malawi that RCMRD has done, which he is proud of. And then I'll also talk about remote sensing and other geospatial capacity building in RCMRD. So RCMRD is a regional organization which is owned by about 20 African countries, and it was started in Kenya in 1975, but it is where it has headquarters, and it was started in relation, in auspices of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, that is UNECA, and then the AU, which was at that time called OAU. And the vision is to be a center of excellence in the provision of geospatial geoinformation and allied technologies for sustainable development in member states and other stakeholders that is going to build. This is just the buildings in the organization. And then the activities that it is involved in, it is actually in the thematic area in support of sustainable development goals, and also the EU vision of 2030. And in it, those are the areas that it is involved in, and even much more, but in agriculture and food security, weather and climate, water and water-related disasters, land administration and management, knowledge management, and capacity building and training. These are some of the partners that RCMRD works with, and mostly because RCMRD, what it does more is doing the capacity building and implementing projects. And most of the project they implement in partnership, and is in partnership with European Union and all those other partners. Then I'll go to the project that I talked about. This is a project that actually what is here is actually a cutting from Malawi News Agency. This is what happened, that there was a project that was supposed to come up with flood warning gadgets. If you can see on your left is whereby what used to happen earlier, such that the floods would come and the people would not know that floods are coming, and they will be got in surprise. But then on where the paper is written is where you can see that because of the project and the people have been warned before, and they already know that floods are coming, and they have actually moved to safe grounds, and they are not going to be affected. So this is one of the areas. It was implemented with partners, and this newspaper was actually on 24th May 2022. So it's just something that happened, and it was completed this year. Then from there, I'll move to capacity building. And the capacity building being the area I am in, and the area that we have said that we need to discuss in, is that RCMRD started offering diploma in land survey, that is in the geospatial area in 2016. And since then, we have been growing. And we offer diplomas, and we offer most of diplomas and certificates. And what we do is that we want to do it differently. That is, we know that education these days, the people who are in education are saying that you'll actually recognize, maybe graduate from the institution they have gone in, because institutions have gone further, not just training what is supposed to be trained, but also trying to go further and trying to find out what does the market need, what does the field need, so that you can actually include it in the student curriculum, so that by the time they get out, they actually get out to be able to do the work. There was a time when people would leave even high learning institution, but then when they go to the field, they find that it is different. The way work is done is different from what they run, because maybe curriculum has not been evolved or have not been updated as they would want. So one of the things that we have actually decided is, we'd like to be able, and that's the reason why we are involved in even workshops like this at the conferences, and that way we can actually be able to know what is in this field, and what does the student need to know, so that by the time they go outside there, they can be able to know all that. Then the other advantage we have in RCMRD is that being an institution that works, that is where there are people who are working, and there are also students who are running. So we make sure that they interact with the staff, and the staff are also involved in the training so that they can help. So this is what we do, and as I have said, we have come up in, and you have said that our diploma students go out for 2 attachments. So we have internal attachment, whereby the internal attachment is done internally. So specifically for learning the new technology that we know they are outside there, so that they can be able to know that. And then after the end of the course, then they go for the second attachment, when they can go in the attachment in the field, so that that way we can be able to be done. So as you can see, these are some of the technologies and some of the practicals. These are all students involved in practicals and what they are doing. And we expect them to be able to finish in good time. This is also some more practical equipment. We are actually now, being in remote sensing, we are also knowing that RCMRD is one of the organizations that receives data. We have a MODIS, that is a MODIS is the one that receives data from the satellite. We also receive data from Airbus and also from the international organizations. And then we also do calibration of equipment, survey equipment, and our students are also involved in them, so that by the time they finish there, they can be able to do that. Then also, as we do the young students, we are also offering corporate courses that is targeting organizations, those people who have been trained. I know actually almost everybody went to school, but the speed of technology is moving so fast, such that by the time you want to do something, you realize there has come new way of doing it, and you'd like to know that. And that way we measure on that, and we get people, we do the capacity building, we get people from corporate, we also get other people from outside the country, from the member states, from the African member states. They come here for training, and then they can be able to know the current technologies. So I think that's all what I have for today, and I think I want to invite you to come to our 2 booths. We have 2 booths outside here. We have one for RCMRD, and we have one for Digital Earth, which is a project that we are implementing in RCMRD. You can actually be able to get more. You can actually be able to get more of the brochures of the trainings we offer, and then we will also be available for more questions. Others, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that elaborate presentation on how you're building capacity at RCMRD. So without much ado, I would like to engage the panelists in, just a short session, so that we can, just put our input on this Earth observation, capacity building and Earth observation. And I know that in the space sector we have several applications. Earth observation is just one of them. We also have space weather monitoring, we have telecommunications, there is positioning, navigation, and timing. So for just perspective, what is Earth observation? I will like somebody in the academia to do this, and I will give this to the Professor Faith Karanja, just briefly, in 1 minute. What is Earth observation?
Okay, thank you. Earth observation, and it has actually been alluded to, is a technique of data acquisition from systems that have been launched into space for various applications. And basically for Earth observation, we know that there are many satellites that have actually been launched into space, but specifically Earth observation do exactly that. They are basically designed to be able to provide data which can be processed to generate information that can support most of the natural resources or resources for in development, so to speak. And in a nutshell, I think that's what I would say Earth observation is all about. But there are other satellites, like you've already mentioned, that are also orbiting in space that can be used for telecommunication, and others that are for positioning and navigation. Thank you.
Very much, Professor. This one, I'd like to make it free. Is there anybody from the panel who would like to add anything to that? Earth observation. Just a different perspective. I know there are several.
I'll just add a little that Earth observation is applied with allied. We call them allied because they work together with information technologies like what we call geographic information systems, the positioning systems, and that the end point now is to respond to societal needs. And that's an important part that motivates us to be in the sector as much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This one I would like to pose to Meshach. And Earth observation has, of course, evolved over time up to what we have right now, you know, advancement in technology. Kindly take a minute and speak on the evolution of Earth observation.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So, well, over time, Earth observation has evolved from, well, we usually categorize them into 3 different parameters. Of course, there is the ground infrastructure, which supports the and then there is the space segment, which is the satellites that we know that capture the images. And then we have the huge part, which is the data stream and the services that develop out of that. So I think in the beginning, in terms of data, things used to be treated in different silos, including, I would say that, you know, you used to receive data from one point and an entire separate system. Then you have another standalone system to process that data, and then you have another one for analysis, or using probably different software over time. But we have seen a lot of shifts, you know, these days where the systems are getting integrated such that with the evolution of the cloud now, you can, most of the software are getting to the cloud in such a way that you don't even need to install in your machine. And do all the 3 parameters of data capturing, which is the, in GMSN Africa, we use one system called eStation. You probably have heard of it. It is a software that allows, you have an antenna that locks to a satellite and you receive data from the sentinels. It's a UMETCAST station. And that data goes into a processing station. We're still within the same environment. And then you analyze it using another machine. So we used to have 3 systems. One is the dish itself, and then we have the 3 PCs. The 2 PCs are used for analysis and visualization, and 1 PC is used for ingestion. But we have seen also the evolution with that software. Now it's becoming like a light software that you can install in your machine, and through an application server, you receive the data, you process it on the cloud, and then you have your analysis done on the cloud. So they're becoming more integrated and not standalone. And so is also happening with the technologies that you mentioned, like satellite communication, navigation, positioning, and so many others. It's precisely difficult to isolate Earth observation these days because all of them are involved. You need GPS applications in Earth observation. You need probably communication satellite services, like we are developing services on mobile phones, and you need, developing the APIs of mobile phones to display that data, and so communication becomes part of an entire ecosystem.
Thank you. Thank you for that, the evolution of Earth observation. And this one goes to the founder of geospatial training, I'm sure there's something that, made you just think about establishing geospatial training at RCMRD. And the fact that, you're in like 20 countries, that is for the regional center, what is the Earth observation capacity, let's say like in those countries that you've worked in, and what do we have in terms of capacity in Earth observation? Briefly, in like a minute.
Thank you, and thank you for that question. Actually, that takes us back to even how the center was started. Because the reason why the center was started is that because earlier before, maybe it is now that the technology has evolved, is that it was more capital intensive. And one of the way maybe whom we would call the colonizers decided is that they would put the African countries together so that they can be capacity built, because the capacity was low. So they can be capacity built at a center, at the same center, a common center, and then they can go and implement in their own countries. So that is how the regional center was started, and there was another one that was started in Nigeria. So such that all the countries in East and Central Africa would actually be coming periodically in the regional center, and then they can be trained on other observation and other geospatial technologies. Currently, the technologies have evolved, but not that much. There is no more need, because like the earlier speakers had said, is that the issue of maybe having a satellite is a bit expensive, and also the data, because currently now, as we are saying, is that the next gold is going to be data. So data is going to be very important, but then getting that data has also been a bit expensive. So that's the reason why we need to be able to see that, and maybe countries need to come together and be able to develop, to come up with their own satellite, so that they can be able to receive the data. So the capacity is low, and we need to all the efforts to be able to build the capacity so that it can reach at a required level. Thank you.
Just on the same, thank you. Thank you, Julius. Just on the same, Dr. Bemigisha, what kind of do we have enough capacity in Africa? I know you're well-traveled, have experience in this, and you've tried to build capacity. Do we have enough capacity in Africa? And apart from that one, also talk about what is the gender situation when it comes to Earth observation capacity.
That's a big question. I would like to say that we have considerable capacity. I am the first almost from Uganda that studied at the regional center in the early 90s, and by then we were 2 people from Uganda. But right now the capacity in EO is much higher in Uganda, and learning from the whole of Africa, each country in each department we have a kind of GIS or remote sensing lab. And I can say that, of course, they are utilized by people who have graduated from the university. And I have learned from the Kenya situation that we have almost 200 graduates from geospatial and EO-related subjects graduating annually. That's a lot. And I can imagine that that capacity only needs to be enhanced to perform as it should be. And of course, it has to continue. We are looking at continuity. We are looking not only at continuity, but also at retention. Do we retain them? So when we say we have a lot of capacity, I know that in Uganda we have many people at NASA working, having graduated from the US, for example, and they have stayed. So enough is not measured right now, and I think it's a catalyzing question to see that we find out, do we really have enough capacity? When I look at the 200 that graduate every year for Kenya, I feel like, yeah, that's enough. And that also, where is the capacity? It is not only for graduates and professionals, but we have learned that managers and policymakers must have the capacity to manage, but also they must have the capacity, that the policymakers must have the capacity to regulate, to formulate responsive policies. And this is what brings me to that deficiency, the gap. I think the gap is really on the policy and managerial level, and that's why we are crying that we cannot get enough budget. That's why we are crying that in our national development plans, what national programs are for geoinformation. We have just managed in Uganda to have the first almost digitalization of agriculture component as a national program for Uganda, and it's not easy. So then the capacity at different levels is the question. And then I would also say the capacity for women is really improving. Like when we were at the center for the first batch, we were only me and a Tanzanian lady. So we were only two among so many men from the region at the RCMRD training program. So right now I see many women have come up, but I think we still have a lot to do. Yesterday we were amazed, I think that the first day we were amazed that we had only one board member appearing in the board of KSA, and it was amazing. But I've also had opportunities to work at African Union or other fora when I'm the only woman most of the times. And it's not a very good situation. But there are many efforts, including the African Union Commission Global Monitoring of Environment and Security Program has now initiated a whole program for women in GMS and Africa program. And I have now just been from a panel where ISPRS, that is the International Level of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing Forum, where we have formed also a working group. So women are now also saying, okay, it's enough, let's get there, and the capacity in terms of mentoring, in terms of coaching, in terms of other support is coming up. I'm positive. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Bemigisha. Actually in Kenya, Professor Faith can confirm, lecturers don't teach if 2/3 of the population is not, female. Yeah, so we are building capacity the hard way, but we're doing it. Dr. Morris, how vital is Earth observation in our society?
Say that again? How
vital?
Of course, it's. We are here because of the significance of Earth observation, isn't it? For agriculture, to enhance agricultural production, enhance conservation policy and measures. To provide vital services. We saw a presentation from the governor of I think a famous county here in Kenya, demonstrating the importance of Earth observation applications in his province for health, taking care of maternal mortality, land management. So it's quite important, and it's the future, For someone like myself, as an environmental social scientist, we can see how widespread and fast it's going. I'm still trying to get my head around, EO data, and then we are now talking about data analytics, artificial intelligence, so you name it. So it's quite expanding. I just want to maybe just come back on the issue of capacity development. I think with the experience of the Africultures project, we try much as possible to focus on capacity development instead of capacity building, because it can be, in a way, thinking that those African partners have no knowledge on this, because data exchange is a two-way process. In Africultures, the developers depended a lot on the knowledge of the local partners in ground truthing to be able to develop applications. So, and in terms of gender, as Professor mentioned, it is increasing. In our project, over the course of the Africultures project, to sum up for the different 8 countries that we have worked with, we engaged with over 300 local stakeholders, and over 30% were women. So it's encouraging, but it's not enough. I think we need to keep doing more on that.
Thank you for those encouraging words. Those are success stories, and we're just beginning. So to just move it a little notch higher, not just in Earth observation, but even in most disciplines, especially in engineering and some of the technical courses, our graduates have been deemed not fit for the market. I don't know if it's too much theory or what. Maybe, Professor, you could just expound on that, the kind of gaps we have, because we have a disconnect between academia and industry, and what is it that we can do to bridge that gap in terms of capacity?
Thank you very much. Yeah, indeed, research has actually shown that there is a bit of disconnect between what our graduates acquire at the university and what the market demands. And that is not lost, you know, to the institutions that train these graduates. And having recognized that, it has become important that we actually do engage, you know, stakeholders and industry when we are developing our curriculums. So that is one of the first things that we do. Secondly, as we are doing our training, one of the key things that we enforce is attachment in the industry by our graduates. And I'm actually very happy today because I know I can see a number of my students here who are actually here to learn and thereafter perhaps be engaged you know, in various sectors to learn how this technology, not only Earth observation, but other technologies, how they're being applied out there in the industry. So engaging and improving on linkages between industry and academia, that is one of the key things that is being reinforced. So in addition to aligning the curriculum, you know, to the market and the job market needs. The other thing that we also recognize is that it's important to have a structured mentorship program. And this mentorship program is where we have professionals coming on board when we are doing our training. They actually role model to our students so that they're able to see what it takes to do a certain program, not only engineering or any other technical field. What are they going to do out there? What do I become? You know, so they are able to identify with professionals out there. So mentorship is also another important aspect that is being aligned to the teaching sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know RCMRD is doing something on the same, bridging these gaps. So, Julius, please.
Thank you. I think that is very good, and I appreciate my colleague, what they are doing. And actually, this is what I was, that has been an issue that has been coming in, or have been there for a long time. And that is where RCMRD came out to be different, because we have, like we have said, the student going to the industry is important, and also knowing that also sometimes the industry has not advanced as the effort is supposed to be done. That's the reason why we've come up with 2 internal attachments, whereby in the one internal attachment says that during internal attachment, the student, we can, as an organization, because one of the things that you need to be able to do is, like in most cases, you need to meet the current softwares or tools, and then also to meet the current equipment. So this is one area that we are trying to measure in. And we even want to see a situation whereby we can actually be able to have a ratio, a specified ratio between the number of students and the number of equipment. If it is going to the ramp, we can have each student either having his or her own computer, and if it is equipment, we can have 2-3 students having their own computer, having their own equipment, so that they can be able to learn and be able to practice. Because we need them to learn and also practice, so that by the time they leave, they can actually be able to, they can actually, you know, the training institutions are supposed to train also the industry on the current technologies, so that is not where the industry goes before the training institutions. So that is an area that we want to be able to see, that we can actually be ahead of the industry, and it says that the students, when they leave our institute, they can go with new ways of doing things instead of just following what has been done. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Julius. I think we've overkilled this issue of bridging those gaps in capacity development. Now, I would like to just have that outlook, of Earth observation, especially from our speaker from AU, and just briefly, what does the future of Earth observation look like? And now that we are, advocating more and more on regional integration, will you also give it an African Union perspective? Meshach.
Okay, thank you. So I started by saying that we created an African Space Agency, which my boss, Dr. Tidiane, alluded to yesterday as well. It's focusing on 4 main domains, which is Earth observation, satellite communication, navigation, positioning, and timing, and we have astronomy and space sciences. And in each of these domains, of course, all the 55 countries are involved, and in each of them, we want to create different missions altogether. Of course, it will take time. We depend on the budgeting of the African Union, and also we also counting the national space agencies as the building blocks. And nowadays we also have regional blocks like ECOWAS, ESC, IGAD, who are developing their own space program. So at the end we will reach that level of continental approach to the space domains, but not hindering what is happening at the national level. In the future of EO, what I think is going to happen is that we are seeing more improvement on the space segment, which was not the case years ago. We're seeing that satellites are being developed with more capacity to be able to connect with the clouds directly. And so with what we foresee now is that you will not be able to, you will not even need to download images anymore. What you need to, you will be downloading indicators or products that you really need. That it's possible in the future to be doing processing on the fly of the satellite, and we're having more so what we call the software-defined radio satellites, which means that you can even customize your applications in space and establish that connection between ground and space, and customize what you need to get from the satellite. In fact, it will be a flying computer that you can interact with every time. So probably the issue of data storage, it will still persist, yes, but we will see more and more reduced, more and more reduced weight on the data that you need to download in order to process your applications.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. We have the outlook, and now we need to get down and plan so that we can be able to counter these. So to just almost wind it up, probably just before we do that, Dr. Blessing, what kind of tools or how are you prepared to take, to take care of the future or to just appreciate what is coming, especially now in Earth observation? I know you're using several applications. You've looking at artificial intelligence and machine learning. What are you currently using, especially in your projects, having it in mind that we are receiving more and more data, and we're getting into the that age of artificial intelligence, big data, and 5G and all that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think coming from the perspective of the Africultures, I think it's at a stage where we are hoping that national stakeholders in these countries, like in Kenya, can take this forward so that the applications can be upscale or downscale so that the local users can interact with it. I think it has created opportunity for more startup to come in and look at the data that has been brought together from a variety of sources and make that closer to the end users. The initial focus was for policymakers, but we are hoping that going forward we'll be able to, national stakeholders will be able to take this forward and explore the opportunities that an application like Africultures presents. I think many national actors will be entering this space, and it will be giving opportunities for many local people or young people to be involved, which is exciting. Kenya and a few other countries are setting the example, as we've heard the AU is also pushing hard for this. So I would say, broadly speaking, the exciting prospects for young people in Africa.
Thank you very much. And now that we've had this, there's an African Space Agency, there's an African space policy in place, and we have, countries coming up with their own national space policies tied to the African space policy, and also, just doing their bills and everything. And I'm also lucky enough to have a panel that is diverse, especially, some of us are Caucasian just with a little bit of melanin, but we have people from all over. And what is it that you like, for not just for the Kenyan space sector? You can speak to the Kenyan space sector directly, but what would you want for African space agencies to do so that we can be able to take care of our capacity needs? So I don't know if I'm clear on that. What would you want, like, for example, the Kenya Space Agency and the Kenya space sector to do so that we can be able to have that capacity? Not only in Earth observation now, we're talking about other space tech applications or space applications. Let's start with Professor.
Yes, thank you. I'm one person who is very excited because when we didn't have Kenya Space Agency, it was very difficult to coordinate, space activities in Kenya. I'm starting from the national level. And we started from far, in terms of even developing the policy and moving all the way. And now we have this baby that, that is there the baby is actually walking. But there's still a lot that needs to be done. And I keep checking the website to see the various activities that, like the Kenya Space Agency has organized and all that. And I think they're moving in the right direction, because one of the key mandates is basically to coordinate space activities in Kenya and also create linkages with other partners, not only at the local level. And so, in my view, I think as much as this is moving in the right direction, some of these things need to be upscaled, because we need to start seeing the impact of having a Kenyan Space Agency, bringing the various actors together, coming up with different activities, bringing the youth on board. You can see, like in this forum, we have a number of youth that are here, and we can harness, the energy and their skills and knowledge in order to ensure that the space, this space issue is actually cascaded all the way, so that we're able to feel, the impact. Because when you look at Earth observation, so to speak, and we look at the space Earth observation through the lens of the Sustainable Development Goals, actually 10 of the Sustainable Development Goals have a direct linkage with Earth observation. If we are to realize these Sustainable Development Goals, and that is huge, it means that there is a lot of potential in as far as Earth observation is concerned. And therefore, what that means is that the Space Agency has a major role to play in order to coordinate and to ensure that all these activities are actually, done in a coherent manner. We get to know who is doing what, and so that there is no duplication in terms of what is actually being done. So bringing academia, various industries, private sector together in order to co-design, I like that term, co-design activities that are going to speak, to the needs of the Kenyan society, as well as building linkages with the international and regional organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bemigisha, would you also like to just give it a go? Just the same, space sector, doesn't matter, national or even regional. What do we need to do? We are here, we are all taking notes.
All right, I think that we have much to do in capacity, and I think the first thing is to refrain from generalizing generalizing that we have the youth and they are on board, they are eager, but they need to be organized. I think what the agencies could do is to organize youth in groups or in areas that they can be supported sustainably. And what do I mean by that is that if you are going to have a group of youth developing a tool or on a specific program, follow the map. I have grown up in an education system which has an alma mater. So when we have built capacity and there is no alma mater arrangement, or there is no traceability of where people have gone, it means that there is continuous building of the capacity and it's continuously dissipating to different places and it cannot be consolidated. So I see the role of the agencies as a coordinator of that consolidation, that there must be a proper or systematic skilling, but also following up where these people that have been trained, for example, on a specific aspect of the space segment. Then I also see it for the private sector. Right now we are with Kenya Space Agency talking about the private sector capacity. And this is also not supposed to be generalized. We are at different levels in terms of downstream and upstream capabilities. And most likely it will be that the main need will be on upstream, but also on the downstream. Can we have the entrepreneurs who can easily translate, for example, Earth observation products and services into sustainable business? And therefore, that is a call to the space agencies to look at the capacity of the private sector, not just in terms of what they can do, but also to do it in a business sense or to do it sustainably. I will also talk about partnerships and managing to bring us together and platforms. So partnerships and platforms really partly a role of the agency. In that, in other countries where I have seen a vibrant space sector, is that you normally have what we call a B2B forum that will bring different stakeholders to meet to see where they can collaborate and where they can do things together. So I was really hoping that this forum would have a B2B session where we sit and do deals with fellow entrepreneurs, and it shouldn't be just north-south, but also south-south entrepreneurs are not collaborating and partnering to the level that I can say is benefiting us much. And this is what I would say a space agency could help to facilitate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bemegisha, for that, for those words of wisdom. And now, I'd like to have a few questions from the audience. One or two. We have a mic?
Hi everyone. So the panelists spoke very well about capacity building for space experts, so whether it's students or in industry, but Earth observation imagery can be used by non-space experts as well, researchers in environment or forestry, coastal management, natural resources. So my question is, do you also focus on capacity building for non-space experts, so how they can discover imagery, access, and utilize this imagery for whatever their work is? Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll just get all the questions, then we respond. Let's have the last one.
So my question goes to Mr. Julius. Citing the issue of data being expensive, how does this impact people like engineers, developers, and researchers, for example, especially in an age where we require a lot of data to even build these tools in order to be able to make progress in the future?
Okay, Julius, you'll go first with that. Sorry.
Thank you. Hello. Okay, thank you for the question. And I think, as we had mentioned, is that really data is expensive. But what we have done is that in regional center, we have classified the data in almost in 3 categories. There is some data that is free, especially for students. And when you are doing some project, that actually you can be able to get that data for free. You just need to write an email or be able to walk in and be able to say that the data you need, and you can be able to get that. That is available. And then we have also tried to make it a little bit cheaper for that data that is actually that is supposed to be sold, so that we can now also working together to see how we can make it cheaper. We are thinking of coming up with an incubation lab, whereby the incubation lab, those people who are starting some projects in the area of geospatial can come and they can be able to get support. And then when they get support, they can actually be able to get the data free, they can be able to get access to internet and all that free for free. So I think that is what we are doing. And then maybe just to add, what KCA can do is that we have been thinking, and we are working with some partners to see how we can actually be able to start the idea of space right from our students when they are in primary school and secondary school. We've, LCMRD has been learning something that is called Space Challenge. And it actually goes to the student in primary school and also in secondary schools. So this is something that we have been doing. We have been doing it in a project called Saville. But then we can actually do it even internally, whereby we can have the young people just compete on basic items, and then they can be rewarded, and that way they will grow knowing it, and they'll grow with their interest, so that they don't need to know that space agency, you need to go to higher learning institutions for you to know that it exists. Thank you.
Okay.
I think we very quickly on the issue of capacity building. With the agriculture project, we had a very long process of identifying user needs requirements. That helped us to tailor the country-specific capacity development strategy. And then through that, it was not only for the local end users, say agronomists within the Ministry of Agriculture, for example, but also the developers and the engineers of the software and the agriculture's platform. And then through that, we have now produced, developed specific capacity development training on the use of the platform and data analysis. Some agronomists in the Ministry of Agriculture in Niger, for example, wanted to know what remote sensing is. You know, they wanted to understand some aspects of that on GIS, and training has been developed to that, because that will help them to be able to engage with the platform. So yes, we had to go beyond that to look at user needs. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Now, Victoria, kindly, I will just like to just give my panelists 30 seconds each to just give your closing remarks, starting from the professor again. Just 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. And what I would like to say is that, yes, capacity building is core. And not only capacity building, there is also what we talk about capacity enhancement, because we are not taking it for granted that we do not have capacity. And I want to believe that Kenya Space Agency is doing the right thing and is going to help in enhancing this particular area. Thank you.
Thank you. Maurice?
Okay. Yeah, my quick words, you know, just like Dr. Faith, capacity utilization as part of, in addition to capacity building. And we should always remember, like we have said before, time and again, that we start from the end to the beginning in developing our solutions. So we start from the user's end, and then we come to developing the technologies.
Just three words from capacity development is a long process. It's a process of mutual understanding and learning, and it should be an equity and empowerment issue.
Thank you. I would like to just highlight a few ones, and that is effectiveness. That how do we make capacity effective by doing it in a time that is ripe, and also in the way that the targeted groups can continue to provide the capacity, but also that we understand the needs. Then sustainability, that it's continuous, and that brings about the partnerships with universities, and I'm glad that she's here to hear that and continue on that. And then we should also think capacity for all. Capacity for all is a concept that should give us I could say it's a core that we are not looking at capacity for only professionals and students, but also for the users, what we call the last mile to be included, but also the managers and policymakers. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. I think in my imparting shots, I would like to say that remote sensing and the capacity building in remote sensing is not specifically just for those people who are in geospatial, because the application of it is actually in every field. So it comes a time like the person has asked the question, says that in every field one is actually supposed to be able to know what is happening and how it can be able to be used. So it is our challenge that we need to move it out from the experts and we take it to other users, and that is how it will be more applicable. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. It's my honor to have moderated this session. Thank you for all the insights that you've given to us and the audience. We are very grateful for your time. Thank you very much. Kindly, a round of applause for all of them as we leave the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Matara. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As we stand for a photo, I would like to invite Dr. Otuoma, KSA board member, to come and hand over a gift to our keynote speakers, please. Another round of applause for, let's just appreciate them. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for a good job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate them again. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready for our lunch break. And just to let you know that in the afternoon, we'll be having one more session, very important. As we do our closing session, we're expecting the Cabinet Secretary to be joining us for the closing session, the chief guest. So I kindly request that we be seated by 2, and all the speakers and panelists be sure to occupy the front seats as we wait for the chief guest to come into the hall to close the 3-day conference and expo. Thank you so very much. And right now I want to show you a documentary even as you go out for your lunch, and please.
The story of space has been told through incredible innovations and developments.
Thank you. I
and
appreciate
now
your patience. Enjoy your lunch.
Humans rely on the story.
hands-on and open source efforts, we provide a truly comprehensive experience in accessing and utilizing the space environment. Currently, Access to Space for All offers 10 opportunities delivered jointly with international partners. Their delivery is closely aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and applicants are obliged to do the same. The proposals we receive often tackle multiple SDGs. Kenya is a country that has utilized the opportunities of the Access to Space for All initiative strategically and effectively to develop its capacity in space and advance its national space program. In 2018, Kenya developed its first ever satellite through the KiboCube program, delivered in partnership with the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA. While the CubeSat, designed and developed by the University of Nairobi, has already completed its mission in 2020, the experience has proven to be a game changer. Kenya also diligently followed its obligations under the Registration Convention. It registered its satellite with the UN and also notified the Secretary General about its end of mission and re-entry to the atmosphere. The success in submitting quality applications was replicated in 2021. The ISON-SCOPE program, supported by the Keldysh Institute of Applied Mathematics, selected Kenya to receive a telescope for promoting and supporting space science research and outreach programs locally. In addition, a joint application of 3 African nations, including Kenya, was selected for a 1-year free-of-charge mission to utilize the Bartolomeo platform of Airbus on the International Space Station. This will further scale up technical capabilities and help address climate change in the region. Currently, we have the Hyper-GES opportunity open for applications. This unique cooperation with the European Space Agency offers the possibility of hypergravity experiments. We would like to invite Kenyan universities to apply. Allow me to also underscore that capacity building efforts at UNOOSA extend far beyond Access to Space for All. Our attention is also devoted to scaling up the earlier efforts. The Space Economy Project unpacks the complex topic of kickstarting a space sector and provides a roadmap to building a thriving space economy. We also assign importance to the sustainability of space operations. The Space Law for New Space Actors project breaks down the legal requirements and international responsibilities and helps nations develop national frameworks in compliance with the fundamentals of international space law. This holistic approach allows us to offer continuous support across the different steps of development. We are thrilled to see the fruits of our support in the successful history of the partnership between UNOOSA and Kenya. It gives us the motivation to keep delivering the benefits of space to everyone, everywhere. I hope to see many more joint efforts in the future, and I wish you all the very best going forward. UNOOSA aspires to help many more countries follow Kenya's steps as we remain eager to support such a path.
have prepared concurrent sessions covering the following areas of applications over the next 3 days of this conference: Earth observation and remote sensing applications, and then space systems engineering, and thirdly, space science and astronomy.
Now, we're in an era where we earthly humans rely on satellites out in space to connect us and move us around the globe and help us better understand our planet and the universe.
Kenya's space industry has grown significantly since the first satellites were launched into orbit from Kenyan territory in 1967. This development is encapsulated in activities and investments made by the Kenyan government in leveraging use of outer space for national development.
Our key aspiration is to achieve enhanced utilization of space services and space-derived data for our national socio-economic development, underpinned by an enabling national space capability and a thriving space economy.
The agency is currently involved in a number of activities. We are targeting the key sectors of our economy to leverage space capabilities in finding solutions to our challenges. These include agriculture, and with a focus specifically to food security, environmental monitoring, and natural resources management with focus on land use, water resources, mining, forest cover, wildlife, and blue economy, among others. We are working with Agriculture and Food Authority on capacity building and to develop products on pilot basis on sugarcane crop mapping in the Lake region, with a view to characterizing land under sugarcane plantations for better yield estimation. We have also worked with the Kenya Forestry Services to develop mapping products showing forest cover trends in the Kibiko, Ngong, and Aberdare forests to inform on effectiveness of afforestation programs. And we have also worked with the Nakuru County government to develop mapping products that show trend of urbanization in the county. We intend to extend this to provide mapping for utilities and social amenities.
In the research, we have a number of projects as well. We are currently running what we're calling the research grants, which were launched last year, where we are awarding universities the opportunity to do research and then give us some of the products. So we are focusing on space engineering, space science and astronomy, as well as applications in Earth observation. This year we have 3 grants that are currently running. We have one on nanosatellite development. We have under Earth observation applications, we have one on land cover mobile app data collection app. We have another one that is focusing on small-scale crop mapping using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And the idea for having these programs is essentially to try and catalyze some research at the university level.
The VC himself constituted a team to be able to compete with the other universities for the grant that were being put forward for researcher operational space weather.
With a timely prediction and from a number of sensors that will be located across the country, Kenya Space Agency seeks to establish a database that, when such data is analyzed, will be able to be used to give timely predictions about space weather.
We collaborated with the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology and also University of Eldoret to ensure that we work together and we deliver the project, and indeed we were awarded in November 2020 for the project.
The project has benefited me as a student by gaining skills on field work and also knowing when I finish university, what to expect. Also, I've gained a lot of skills in my area of programming.
We are working with one of our engineering startups to develop a 3-unit nanosatellite called Taifa Moja. This nanosatellite will be able to acquire images in a multispectral band as well as a chromatic band. This will be used for natural resource mapping and spatial planning.
Space infrastructure is very important in terms of developing a nation's capability in space. This can be in the form of developing ground stations, this can be in the form of doing launch facilities, and in having space segments such as satellites and the like. For Kenya's space agency, we are highly committed in developing this capability, and the Broglio Space Center is a key partner in this endeavor. On our trajectory where we would like to develop capability of launching satellites and other space-based vehicles from our territory, and to provide an avenue for tracking and controlling the same right from our territory.
Space offers numerous opportunities to support our Vision 2030 and its key driver, the Big Four agenda. Enhancement of food security, increasing the manufacturing base, the development of affordable housing, and universal healthcare coverage can all benefit from developments and investments in Earth observation applications and satellite manufacturing. Deepening the different subsectors provides numerous opportunities to the private sector to build on the favorable policy environment and to innovate out of the current challenges in the industry. Regionally, Kenya seeks to contribute to the African Union's Agenda 2063 through collaboration with our peers and international partners in efforts such as the African Development Satellite Initiative and various programs supported by our partners such as GMES and Africa Initiative.
We have several collaborative projects such as the AFDEFSAT and APBAT-ROMEO project. The AFDEFSAT is an African Development Satellite, which is a 6U-cube satellite that is being developed by 6 countries, which include Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, Egypt, Ghana, and Sudan. The mission of the African Development Satellite is to monitor climate change and find ways for mitigating the climate change.
The United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs is very instrumental in doing this and has supported us by awarding us several grants and programs. One of these projects is the Bartholomew Climb Camp project, where we host a payload together with the Egyptians and the Ugandan space programs to host a payload or a climate camera on the International Space Station. Another award that we have managed to get is the ISONSCOPE project, which is based on a telescope that will be located in Ologes Island within Kajiado County to track space debris and other near-Earth objects.
Which is a crucial activity in ensuring the safety of space-based assets such as satellites. The telescope will also be made available to researchers, students, and the public, and will allow them to collect their own space data for space-related projects and research.
Developing a national space capability is a highly intensive, very expensive, and very engaging effort. In that regard, Kenya Space Agency is on an ongoing basis trying to build this capability by investing in infrastructure, by investing in its personnel, and in developing an ecosystem that will be able to sustain this.
Distinguished participants, I'm very pleased to address you today at this inaugural Kenya Space Expo and Conference 2022. Thank you to the organizers for inviting the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs to address this important event. It is encouraging to see more and more space-related activities organized in the African continent, underscoring that space exploration and use is becoming a truly global endeavor. The path of Kenya is an inspirational success story fueled by ambition as well as dedication and perseverance. Kenya Space Agency is progressing swiftly. It is becoming one of the leading actors in the country and in the continent, generating further interest to expand the national and regional space sector. This growing prominence will be vital in positioning the country in the African Space Agency for years to come and will help nurture the use of space for sustainable development. UNOSA is happy to have contributed to this journey. The Access to Space for All initiative that we deliver in multi-stakeholder partnerships provides various types of support to member states, especially to build capacity for obtaining the benefits of space technology and its applications. Access to Space for All is part of the Space 2030 agenda, Space as a Driver of Sustainable Development, adopted last year. The agenda calls for reinforced cooperation and capacity building to boost local and national capacities in using space for the SDGs. Divided into 3 tracks, it allows us to provide unique opportunities in modified gravity conditions, satellite development, as well as space exploration. Through educational, hands-on, and open source efforts, we provide a truly comprehensive experience in accessing and utilizing the space environment. Currently, Access to Space for All offers 10 opportunities delivered jointly with international partners. Their delivery is closely aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and applicants are obliged to do the same. The proposals we receive often tackle multiple SDGs. Kenya is a country that has utilized the opportunities of the Access to Space for All initiative strategically and effectively to develop its capacity in space and advance its national space program. In 2018, Kenya develops its first ever satellite through the KiboCube program, delivered in partnership with the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency JAXA. While the CubeSat, designed and developed by the University of Nairobi, has already completed its mission in 2020, the experience has proven to be a game changer. Kenya also diligently followed its obligations under the Registration Convention. It registered its satellite with the UN and also notified the Secretary General about its end of mission and re-entry to the atmosphere. The success in submitting quality applications was replicated in 2021. The Eyes on Scope program, supported by the Keldish Institute of Applied Mathematics, selected Kenya to receive a telescope for promoting and supporting space science research and outreach programs locally. In addition, a joint application of 3 African nations, including Kenya, was selected for a 1-year free-of-charge mission to utilize the Bartolomeo platform of Airbus on the International Space Station. This will further scale up technical capabilities and help address climate change in the region. Currently, we have the Hyper-GES opportunity open for applications. This unique cooperation with the European Space Agency offers the possibility of hypergravity experiments. We would like to invite Kenyan universities to apply. Allow me to also underscore that capacity building efforts at UNOSA extend far beyond Access to Space for All. Our attention is also devoted to scaling up the earlier efforts. The Space Economy Project unpacks the complex topic of kickstarting a space sector and provides a roadmap to building a thriving space economy. We also assign importance to the sustainability of space operations. The Space Law for New Space Actors project breaks down the legal requirements and international responsibilities and helps nations develop national frameworks in compliance with the fundamentals of international space law. This holistic approach allows us to offer continuous support across the different steps of development. We are thrilled to see the fruits of our support in the successful history of the partnership between UNOSA and Kenya. It gives us the motivation to keep delivering the benefits of space to everyone, everywhere. I hope to see many more joint efforts in the future, and I wish you all the very best going forward. UNOSA aspires to help many more countries follow Kenya's steps as we remain eager to support such a pathway worldwide. I wish you all a productive event. Thank you. Distinguished participants, I'm very pleased to address you today at this inaugural Kenya Space Expo and Conference 2022. Thank you to the organizers for inviting the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs to address this important event. It is encouraging to see more and more space-related activities organized in the African continent, underscoring that space exploration and use is becoming a truly global endeavor. The path of Kenya is an inspirational It is becoming one of the leading actors in the country and in the continent, generating further interest to expand the national and regional space sector. This growing prominence will be vital in positioning the country in the African Space Agency for years to come and will help nurture the use of space for sustainable development. UNOSA is happy to have contributed to this journey. The Access to Space for All initiative that we deliver in multi-stakeholder partnerships provides various types of support to member states, especially to build capacity for obtaining the benefits of space technology and its applications. Access to Space for All is part of the Space 2030 agenda, Space as a Driver of Sustainable Development, adopted last year. The agenda calls for reinforced cooperation and capacity building to boost local and national capacities in using space for the SDGs. Divided into 3 tracks, it allows us to provide unique opportunities in modified gravity conditions, satellite development, as well as space exploration. Through educational, hands-on, and open-source efforts, we provide a truly comprehensive experience in accessing and utilizing the space environment. Currently, Access to Space for All offers 10 opportunities delivered jointly with international partners. Their delivery is closely aligned with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and applicants are obliged to do the same. The proposals we receive often tackle multiple SDGs. Kenya is a country that has utilized the opportunities of the Access to Space for All initiative strategically and effectively to develop its capacity in space and advance its national space program. In 2018, Kenya develops its first ever satellite through the KiboCube program, delivered in partnership with the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA. While the CubeSat, designed and developed by the University of Nairobi, has already completed its mission in 2020, the experience has proven to be a game changer. Kenya also diligently followed its obligations under the Registration Convention. It registered its satellite with the UN and also notified the Secretary General about its end of mission and re-entry to the atmosphere. The success in submitting quality applications was replicated in 2021. The Eyes on Scope program, supported by the Keldysh Institute of Applied Mathematics, selected Kenya to receive a telescope for promoting and supporting space science research and outreach programs locally. In addition, a joint application of 3 African nations, including Kenya, was selected for a 1-year free-of-charge mission to utilize the Bartolomeo platform of Airbus on the International Space Station. This will further scale up technical capabilities and help address climate change in the region. Currently, we have the Hyper-GES opportunity open for applications. This unique cooperation with the European Space Agency offers the possibility of hypergravity experiments. We would like to invite Kenyan universities to apply. Allow me to also underscore that capacity building efforts at UNOOSA extend far beyond access to space for all. Our attention is also devoted to scaling up the earlier efforts. The Space Economy Project unpacks the complex topic of kickstarting a space sector and provides a roadmap to building a thriving space economy. We also assign importance to the sustainability of space operations. The Space Law for New Space Actors project breaks down the legal requirements and international responsibilities and helps nations develop national frameworks in compliance with the fundamentals of international space law. This holistic approach allows us to offer continuous support across the different steps of development. We are thrilled to see the fruits of our support in the successful history of the partnership between UNOOSA and Kenya. It gives us the motivation to keep delivering the benefits of space to everyone, everywhere. I hope to see many more joint efforts in the future, and I wish you all the very best going forward. UNOOSA aspires to help many more countries follow Kenya's steps as we remain eager to support such a pathway worldwide. I wish you all a productive event. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Yasuo Ishii, Vice President of JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. It is my honor to speak in the opening of this event. First of all, I'd like to celebrate this inaugural event, and I would extend my sincere respect to the Kenya Space Agency for organizing this event. JAXA and Kenya has developed very good relationships through Kibo Cube program. The Kibo Cube is UN-Japan cooperation program on CubeSat deployment from the Japanese experiment module Kibo of the International Space Station since 2015. The team from the University of Nairobi and its satellite Wankun's PF was the first winner of this program, and the CubeSat was successfully deployed from Kibo of ISS in 2018. Since then, JAXA has launched a new international collaboration program with the support of Japanese universities named J-Cube, a fee-based program providing deployment opportunities for CubeSat up to 3 units from Kibo. In addition, we also have started another program with commercial service provider, which offers demonstration opportunities in space environment using Kibo Expo's facility. Some space component testing and material experiments are already executed. Actually, the name Kibo means hope in Japanese, so JAXA would hope these Kibo-related opportunities will be the next steps for Kenya's space program on the success of Wankun's PF. In this August, the Japanese government will host the 8th Tokyo International Conference on African Development, TICAD 8, in Tunisia. At this occasion, JAXA will organize an event focused on Japan-Africa CubeSat cooperation to promote space utilization of African countries. We look forward to your participation. Now I would like to close my remarks with the wish that your conference will make a great success. Thank you very much for your attention. Hello everybody, I'm Yasuo Ishii.
The story of space has been told through incredible innovations and developments. And now we're in an era where we earthly humans rely on satellites out in space to connect us and move us around the globe and help us better understand our planet and the universe.
Kenya's space industry has grown significantly since the first satellites were launched into orbit from Kenyan territory in 1967. This development is encapsulated in activities and investments made by the Kenyan government in leveraging use of outer space for national development.
Our key aspiration is to achieve enhanced utilization of space services.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Glad to see you. Thank you so much for coming back in this afternoon session. We are waiting for our chief guest. He's touring the booths, so as soon as he comes, we'll begin the next session. As we conclude, I would like to request that you wait a little bit. Just the chief guest is outside here, so we won't be beginning until he's in the room. And I will kindly request that all panelists and all the speakers, if you could occupy the front seats, that would be really great. We request that all the panelists and all the speakers, you kindly occupy the front seats. So we are supposed to have started now, but we will not start until the CS comes into the room. I really appreciate your time, and I appreciate that you made it back in time. So let's keep listening to a little music as we wait for the CS. Thank you so much.
The story of space has been told through incredible innovations and developments. And now we're in an era where we earthly humans rely on satellites out in space to connect us and move us around the globe and help us better understand our planet and the universe.
Kenya's space industry has grown significantly since the first satellites were launched into orbit from Kenyan territory in 1967. This development is encapsulated in activities and investments made by the Kenyan government in leveraging use of outer space for national development.
Our key aspiration is to achieve enhanced utilization of space services and space-derived data for our national socio-economic development, underpinned by an enabling national space capability and a thriving space economy.
The agency is currently involved in a number of activities. We are targeting the key sectors of our economy to leverage space capabilities in finding solutions to our challenges. These include agriculture, and with a focus specifically to food security, environmental monitoring, and natural resources management with focus on land use, water resources, mining, forest cover, wildlife, and blue economy, among others. We are working with Agriculture and Food Authority on capacity building and to develop products on pilot basis on sugarcane crop mapping in the Lake region, with a view to characterizing land under sugarcane plantations for better yield estimation. We have also worked with the Kenya Forestry Services to develop mapping products showing forest cover trends in the Kibiko, Ngong, and Aberdare forests to inform on effectiveness of afforestation programs. And we have also worked with the Nakuru County government to develop mapping products that show trend of urbanization in the county. We intend to extend this to provide mapping for utilities and social amenities.
Under research, we have a number of projects as well. We are currently running what we're calling the research grants, which were launched last year, where we are awarding universities the opportunity to do research and then give us some of the products. So we are focusing on space engineering, space science and astronomy, as well as applications in Earth observation. This year we have 3 grants that are currently running. We have one on nanosatellite development. We have under Earth observation applications, we have one on land cover mobile app data collection app. We have another one that is focusing on small-scale crop mapping using artificial intelligence and machine learning. And the idea for having these programs is essentially to try and catalyze some research at the university level.
The VC himself constituted a team to be able to compete with the other universities for the grant that were being put forward for researcher operational space weather.
With a timely prediction and from a number of centers that will be located across the country, Kenya Space Agency seeks to establish a database that, when such data is analyzed, will be able to be used to give timely predictions about space weather.
We collaborated with the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology and also University of Eldoret to ensure that we work together and we deliver the project, and indeed we were awarded in November 2020 for the project.
The project has benefited me as a student by gaining skills on fieldwork and also knowing how, when I finish university, what to expect. Also, I've gained a lot of skills in my area of programming.
We are working with one of our engineering startups to develop a 3-unit nanosatellite called Taifa Moja. This nanosatellite will be able to acquire images in a multispectral band as well as a chromatic band. This will be used for natural resource mapping and spatial planning.
Space infrastructure is very important in terms of developing a nation's capability in space. This can be in the form of developing ground stations, this can be in the form of doing launch facilities, and in having space segments such as satellites and the like. For Kenya's Space Agency, we are highly committed in developing this capability, and the Broiglio Space Center is a key partner in this endeavor. On our trajectory, where we would like to develop capability of launching satellites and other space-based vehicles from our territory, and to provide an avenue for tracking and controlling the same right from our territory.
Space offers numerous opportunities to support our Vision 2030 and its key driver, the Big Four agenda. Enhancement of food security, increasing the manufacturing base, the development of affordable housing, and universal healthcare coverage can all benefit from developments and investments in Earth observation applications and satellite manufacturing. Deepening the different subsectors provides numerous opportunities to the private sector to build on the favorable policy environment and to innovate out of the current challenges in the industry. Regionally, Kenya seeks to contribute to the African Union's Agenda 2063 through collaboration with our peers and international partners in efforts such as the African Development Satellite Initiative and various programs supported by our partners such as GMES and Africa Initiative.
We have several collaborative projects such as the AFDEFSAT and APBAT-ROMEO project. The AFDEFSAT is an African Development Satellite, which is a 6U³ satellite that is being developed by 6 countries, which include Kenya, Uganda, Nigeria, Egypt, Ghana, and Sudan. The mission of the African Development Satellite is to monitor climate change and find ways for mitigating the climate change.
The United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs is very instrumental in doing this and has supported us by awarding us several grants and programs. One of these projects is the Bartholomew Climb Camp project, where we host a payload together with the Egyptians and the Ugandan space programs to host a payload or a climate camera on the International Space Station. Another award that we have managed to get is the ISONSCOPE project, which is based on a telescope that will be located in Olonges Island within Kajiado County to track space debris and other near-Earth objects.
Which is a crucial activity in ensuring the safety of space-based assets such as satellites. The telescope will also be made available to researchers, students, and the public, and will allow them to collect their own space data for space-related projects and research.
Developing a national space capability is a highly intensive, very expensive, and very engaging effort. In that regard, Kenya Space Agency is on an ongoing basis trying to build this capability by investing in infrastructure, by investing in its personnel, and in developing an ecosystem that will be able to sustain this.
Let's welcome the CS. Let's all be upstanding. Thank you so much. Karibu sana, Cabinet Secretary. All right. Please, let's take our seats, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for our 7th and final session, which is beginning right now, and want to look at the areas of collaboration in partnership in the space industry. We know that if you want to go fast, you need to walk alone, but if you want to go far, you need partners and you need to work with people. So in this session, we'll be discussing about the areas of collaboration, and I would like to invite up on stage the following Hazuki Mori, who is the expert in the space application section in the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs. Most welcome, Hazuki. I would also like to invite Dr. Tidiane Otara, who is a space science expert in African Union Commission. Most welcome, sir. I would also like to invite Colonel Hilary Kipkosgei, who is the Acting Director General, Kenya Space Agency. Also help me to welcome Jared Bwoga, who is the Delivery Director at President's Delivery Unit, the Executive Office of the President. Jared, welcome, sir. Also help me welcome Dr. Val Munsami. He's the Chancellor, International Space University, and he's the former CEO of South African National Space Agency. Most welcome, sir. Next, I would like to invite Nunzia Paradiso. He's the head of the Extra European Bilateral and Multilateral Relations Office at the Italian Space Agency. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And right now, I invite Hazuki for a keynote speak.
Good afternoon. Hello?
I'll use this one. Jumbo, everyone. My name is Hazuki Mori of the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, and it is a pleasure to be here. I'd really like to first of all thank the Kenya Space Agency for organizing this amazing event, and thank you so much for inviting UNUSA to be part of this event. So today I would be talking about the overview of the UNUSA Access to Space for All initiative, and from that perspective talking about the importance of international cooperation and of course partnerships. Okay, so I'd like to begin off with this slide. So what does it mean to become a spacefaring nation? Is it when a country has the capacity to launch a satellite? Is it when a country is able to use satellite data? Well, we believe that a nation that is able to promote the safe and sustainable use of outer space is a spacefaring nation. And in order to become a spacefaring nation, what do we need? First of all, you would need the policy and regulations. Second, you would need a space program and a technology roadmap that goes along with it. Third, you would need a strong industry and a strong ecosystem. And to realize all of this, you would need a trained, well-educated, and motivated workforce. And this is where UNUSA comes in. We are here to help you in the capacity building of all the different aspects that you would need to become a spacefaring nation. I'm not going to explain all of these activities, but if any of these keywords hit you, please take a look at our website and come and look at what we have. For example, for space policy and law, we have the space law for new space actors, where we have technical advisory missions that are really tailored to your country. We provide a lot of useful information through the space economy and space sustainability programs. And what I'm going to talk about today is the Access to Space for All initiative, which is a capacity building opportunity. So I'd like to dive into what the initiative is. Thanks to the Kenya Space Agency and their many different videos and the many different talks that have been happening, maybe you have heard of Access to Space for All. So the goal of the Access to Space for All initiative is to provide research and orbital opportunities to UN member states to make sure to access to space and to make sure and ensure that the benefits of space, in particular for sustainable development, are truly accessible to all. And first of all, through the initiative, we provide the possibility of developing hands-on capacities from A to Z. So starting with easier skills and developing a path so that you can develop more difficult skills. Through the initiative, we provide cutting-edge skills for jobs and other opportunities. And we also provide the opportunity to foster international cooperation, of course, between the UN, the spacefaring partners, and applying developing nations. And last but not least, the initiative has a strong social impact to the countries, regions, and young generations. And as you can see on the right, the initiative really focuses on three main SDGs, which is number 4, quality education, number 8, decent work and economic growth, and number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. This is realized through a lot of different fields, but I would say that the technology in the infrastructure that the participating teams achieve and build through the initiative, the different applications that they develop, and of course the partnerships all contribute to the SDGs. And of course, through the different applications, we reach much more SDGs than the ones that you can see here. This is a slide showing the impact of the initiative. So through our awardees, we have seen that the participation in the initiative has led to more media coverage, job opportunities, partnerships, and the development of new departments in universities and acquiring new infrastructure within the universities or research institutes. So we've seen a lot of impact through the initiative. And of course, it raises interest in space and STEM education, and that would lead to more investment in STI, science, technology, and innovation. So, regarding the impacts of the initiative, where better to begin than Kenya? The Kenya Space Agency and, of course, the different universities in Kenya have really utilized our initiative very strategically and in a wonderful way to really go through the different paths that we are trying to provide. So in 2018, the University of Nairobi, in collaboration with its Italian partners, was selected as the first round awardee of the KiboQ program, and they deployed their first satellite ICUNS PF in 2018. In 2021, a joint team from Egypt, Kenya, and Uganda was selected as the first round of the Bartolomeo program, where you can have a payload up on the ISS on the Bartolomeo platform. And the next year, so actually 2022, Kenya Space Agency was selected as an awardee of ISONSCOPE, which we are providing telescopes for space astronomy and debris monitoring and all that. So as you can see here, Kenya Space Agency and Kenya as a country has been really utilizing the opportunities that we have. But that's not the case, that's not it actually. In Africa, we are reaching more countries. On the left-hand side, you can see the team from Mauritius. They have deployed their first satellite, Mearsat-1, last year through the Kiboku program as well. And in the middle, you can see the Bartolomeo program. So as I said, it's not only Kenya, it's also Egypt and Uganda. And for the ISONSCOPE program, we also selected a team from Nigeria. So I hope that I can show everyone that our initiative is reaching more African countries, but we want to really help more countries because we have a lot of opportunities, which I'll be explaining later. So what does the Access to Space for Initiative look like in the sense of the structure? So we have 3 components: the hands-on component, which is the actual research and experiment opportunities; the tools component, which is a compilation of tools, software, and related things that can help with the hands-on component; and last but not least, the education component is really the theoretical foundation to using the tools in the tools component and taking part in the hands-on component. And we do this, these components actually support these 3 different tracks. One is hypergravity and microgravity, which is the aim is to build capacity for conducting experiments in orbit. The satellite development track is aiming to build capacity that enables the development, deployment, and operation of satellites. And the space exploration track is aiming to broaden the engagement in space exploration. So for the hands-on component, we currently have 9 opportunities. I would really like to emphasize to engineers, students in this room, we have 1 opportunity open, so please make sure to apply, but I'll go in order. So in the hypergravity and microgravity track, we have 2 opportunities on ground. On the left-hand side, you see drop test, which is microgravity experiments at the Bremen Drop Tower in Germany. The second one, there's a light yellow circle that you kind of can't see. We're in collaboration with the European Space Agency to utilize their large diameter centrifuge facility to conduct hypergravity experiments. And this is right now open for applications. So if there's anyone interested in doing experiments with ESA and with us, please take a look at our website. Through hypergravity experiments, you can test a lot of different scientific fields like biology, material science, you name it. There's many things you can do, and it's an achievable entry point in starting space activities. So please make sure to check that out. In the middle, you can see suborbital and parabolic flights. We don't have an opportunity there yet. We're always looking for partners who can help us provide these opportunities. And on the right-hand side, you see our 3 on-orbit opportunities: Bartolomeo, as I've explained earlier, the China Space Station utilization project, so we're working with the China Manned Space Agency, and with Sierra Space, utilizing their Dream Chaser vehicle. The satellite development track, we have 3 opportunities. One is called PHI-5, the Payload Hosting Initiative. So MBRC is building a satellite, and they have let us use 5U space for their satellite, so we were opening applications to any payloads that wanted to join us. It's not open right now. We're actually during the selection right now, but we hope to open more rounds for this one. Kibo-Cube, as Kenya knows very well, we hope that more universities will join us to have the 1U deployment opportunity. And Vega-C is a 3U opportunity working with Avio. And last but not least, the space exploration track. We hope to be able to actually have more opportunities here, so we're always looking for partners. In the future, we hope to open ground down-alongs and any activities beyond GEO, but right now we only have ISONSCOPE in collaboration with Russia to provide telescopes. Also, in the Access to Space for All initiative, we've been doing a lot in the education component. So we have been conducting many webinars. For example, a series of webinars for conducting R&D in hypergravity and microgravity. We went through the fundamentals. We went through how to actually develop an experiment so that you can do it in hypergravity and microgravity. Sorry. So we did a whole webinar series about that. We did Kibo-Cube Academy, which is, we have 21, I think, online, it's on demand, so you can go see it anytime, and it's pre-recorded. We have 21 series for that, and then we had some live sessions with the actual professors in Japan, in JAXA and UNISEC, so we have a whole webinar series really talking about the design, the operation, really talking about subsystems as well, so really going through the whole life cycle of satellite development. So to any engineers, students, teachers, please take a look at these webinars and help us disseminate the information. And of course, I'd really like to emphasize this fellowship. It's called PNST, the Postgraduate Study on Nanosatellite Technology. This is offered by Japan as well. We have 6 slots, 3 for PhD, 3 for master's students to actually come and study in Japan for two or 3 years, I believe it depends on the course, and actually go through a whole satellite development process. And I don't know if he's in this room, but we have a fellow from the University of Nairobi who is I don't see him. His name is Cosmas. Maybe you can talk to him later. He is a graduate of the PNST program. So we're always open to having more students come in and study the whole life cycle of satellites with us. And we also have workshops, trainings, and other things. So in this perspective, I really like to invite all of you to the UN IAF workshop on the United Nations and the International Astronautical Federation, IAF. We have a workshop in conjunction with the IAC. So 2 days before the IAC is happening this year in Paris. And the theme is Access to Space for All, Bridging the Space Divide. And we're trying to bring in how space science, technology, applications all support the socioeconomic development. And we're trying to bring in policy decision makers, researchers, engineers, academia, so that we can have a whole discussion and actually really talk about the development of STI policy and all that, which is really needed right now. And yeah, the abstracts and registrations are open until the end of this month. If you're interested, please apply. And also, I like to emphasize that we do have partial funding for people from developing nations. So if you want to present and if your abstract is selected, we can fund you to come to Paris and take part in the event, and also take part in the IAC as well. So if you're interested, please make sure to check that out. So I was talking a lot about the initiative, but going back to the actual theme of our session, partnerships. As you can see from the different programs that I was explaining, none of this would have been possible if we did not have our governmental, intergovernmental, and industry partners. So even on the capacity building side, it is really, partnerships is really important. And we can't do anything without them, because they are the ones that provide access to unique space infrastructures that are usually too costly or non-accessible to developing nations. So on the capacity building side, it is always important to have partnerships as well. But also to be on the leveraging side, as you can see from the case of Kenya, they worked closely with Italy. I showed a picture of Mauritius. They were working with AAC Clyde Space, so they were working with industry as well. And a lot of our awardees, they work a lot with different universities of different countries, different industries. Everything is coming through partnerships. So I'd really like to mention that there's really no need to do space alone. I mean, everyone is open for cooperation, and going together takes you much further than what you can do alone. So if you can use UNUSA as a test bed for your activities, use our capacity building activities just as a test, and then you can gain more experience through that. So I really think it's using the partnerships, the initiatives that are already there. So really, use the existing resources that are out there. So with this, I probably exceeded the time, I'm really sorry, but I would really like to thank all of you again. And also, we did open a new brochure. So we issued a new brochure 2 weeks ago, so if you're interested in the Access to Space for All initiative, please take a look at that. Thank you very much, and please let us help you, help us help you. The United Nations is always there to help all of our member states, and we really hope that we can go further with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Let's appreciate her again. And now I would like to invite Dr. Tidiane for her keynote.
Excellency, if you allow me, Major General, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I would like, on behalf of the African Union Commission, to congratulate the Kenyan government for hosting within 2 months or 3 months, 2 biggest space events here in Nairobi. That is something we need to celebrate. And it is a clear signal that a new African big space nation is born. Therefore, today I would like to talk about collaboration. But why collaboration? What it is about and how we collaborate. If you look at all the presentations since the beginning of this workshop, this conference, all of them were talking about collaboration, perhaps not mentioning the word collaboration. No space industry without collaboration and partnership. Why? This is what I will tell you. The African Union Commission, which is the Secretariat of the African Union, representing 55 countries, has been mandated by member states to develop the African space policy and strategy. I'm very privileged today, and it is an honor to tell you that Professor Val, former CEO of SANSA, is one of the fathers of the African space policy and strategy, developed by Africans for Africans. Therefore, understanding the meaning of collaboration and partnership with respect to space industry, the African space policy, 2 main goals are to coordinate first at the continental level. 55 countries, 55 different ways of seeing things, but one goal. Secondly, to create a regulatory framework to allow all African countries to work together without obstacles in developing space matters. Now, to support the policy, a strategy has been developed with 2 other goals. First of all, we want space-derived products and services to support African sustainable development activities. And the second goal is to create what we call indigenous capacity. I will come to that. It is about infrastructure, but most important thing is about having the critical human capital for the space business. Let's talk about Africa. When we talk about collaboration, this is the continent. It is in our blood. It is the continent where the solidarity is. We are born with the solidarity. Socialization, it is in Africa. Therefore, space should not be a problem for us in terms of collaboration and partnership. Big continent, huge natural resources, but at the same time, several challenges. And the challenges are not within only one country. They are multifaceted challenges. They are above or beyond the control of only one government. Therefore, it is important to look at that alone. Any government, any institution, or any single country can afford the development challenges. Therefore, space coming as a tool, as a pillar, should be seen as a collaborative tool. I'm going quick because I want to respect the time frame. We'll have opportunity through the questions to go deeper. The African space policy led us to the development of the African Outer Space Program, which is a flagship of the African Union. And for that, our definition of space is simple. We have 4 segments: Earth observation, navigation positioning, satellite communication, astronomy, and space science per se. And looking at all the element or component of the space, from space policy, space law, space regulation, through the science of the business. This is what we are talking about. And today, we have a good news for you. The African Space Agency, it is a reality now. The structural and financial implications have been approved by the summit, and now the next step is to make it operational. It will be in Egypt, and it is always an opportunity for us to thank the government of Egypt for hosting the African Space Agency on behalf of all the continent. Now, it is simple for us. Space is contributing to sustainable development, looking at only 3 levels. Space is providing relevant data and information for policy, regulatory, etc. development and implementation. Secondly, space is contributing with respect to data and information and even some infrastructure to the development of socio-economic infrastructure and services. And the last pillar is space contributing to protect our asset, to protect the population, and even to manage the territories in the interest of the population. And when we speak about space here, we are talking about the ground segment. We are talking about the space segment, but in between, there is what those some of us call downstreams, but for us it is service segment. And the service segment is where the Africans have been working more. Now it's time to look at all the full segments, the 3 segments, but in an innovative way we can talk about that. The interest at the national level, I gave you the example of Kenya. You have Ghana, you have Ethiopia, you have Uganda, and Rwanda also. You have also Gabon. African countries are considering space now as an asset, and we are seeing more countries coming in. Therefore, the necessity of collaboration, it is even mandatory. The African space industry by segment, if you look at the global level, we are talking about 366 billions. But the African component in that is 7. Therefore, there is a huge opportunity for us. A huge opportunity we need to seize. But we cannot afford that alone. We have to work together. And when we talk about collaboration here, we also have to collaborate with international partners, be countries, be institutions, because we don't need to start from the scratch. We have to build where others are, and avoiding the same mistakes they made. But it is clear Africa or Africans should be in the driver's seat. Africa doesn't have any reason now to afford space. Since 2005, we are talking about the new space. And the new space is the new development. You experts here, you know more than what is on the screen. There is a lot that have been done that can be opportunities for Africa, not to use a lot of money, but to do big things with small money. This is what it is about. We'll come back to that if needed. Now, the space industry challenges in Africa. It is clear that there is low or lack of investment and funding, but that will not come to us as miracle. We have to work, we have to strategize, we have to address the priorities of decision makers using space. Once we do that, once they understand that they need us, we can have more funding. Infrastructure gap, inadequate connectivity, these are the kind of weaknesses I cannot quote in an exhaustive way, but you know better than me. But all these challenges also are interconnected. Therefore, addressing one challenge without affording the other, sometimes we may not be efficient. Those working on the different challenges are coming from different backgrounds, they have different backgrounds, skill set. Therefore, they have to work together. Collaboration, partnership again. Operational level, we don't have choice. We don't have a lot of money. Therefore, we need to combine effort to make sure that the less resource we have, we optimize the use of these resources. I will stop there in terms of operational necessity and opportunity to work. Human and natural capital opportunities. I used to say, and I'm repeating today, yesterday I said that, Africa is the new El Dorado for space business. It is not something we can discuss. All is to be done in Africa. We have huge natural resources. We need space to manage these resources, to know what we have, to develop scenarios. On the international market now, you can develop scenario, estimate, and play the game. This is what it is about. And space is a key element in that. Some people are talking about carbon sequestration, carbon estimate. It is about that. Space is playing a key role. When we talk about, food security, we were talking about the Ukraine crisis, the food security in Africa. For an intelligent agriculture, space can contribute a lot in that. I will stop. I cannot quote all these things. But in terms of human capital, why Africa is an El Dorado? 60% of the African population is young, below 35 years. This is an opportunity. When you go to other continents, there is shortage of labor. There is shortage of labor at all levels. Now, Africa can train its young people to allow them to be skilled, very well skilled, not only to support Africa, but tomorrow we will not talk about the brain drain, but we'll talk about the brain opportunities. This is what it is about. You work, they pay you, you come back to your country. This is what we think in the space arena will happen. They need resources, but there is shortage of labor. Way forward, in the spirit of collaboration always and partnership, we need to build a strong governance. This is what it is about. Yesterday I was mentioning that. We need to create at the national and the regional level some policies, strategies, and regulatory framework. This is what it is about. Policy to say what we want to do and where we want to go. Strategy, how we want to get there. Regulatory framework to create a legal environment where we can work safely and with a lot of confidence. This is what it is about here. The government, we should in Africa now look at how to separate the roles, responsibility in complementing each other. We've seen over the last 60 years that the government, the public service, have been involved too much in the space arena. It is time to look at that the government be concentrated on the policy, programs and resource mobilization, allow opportunities to academia and private sector to innovate, to create the innovation, and to develop the market. This is where the future is. This is where the niche for development in space arena is. And all the development and innovation in space came from university with the research and development or research centers, but mainly from the private sector. We have to keep that in mind. The collaboration, all these bodies working on the space matter from their side, we have to look at how we integrate the effort. When we talk about integration here, it is about complementarity. We have to avoid duplications. We've seen several times the same funding from the same source, doing the same thing but in a different way. This is not the way we afford space. Private sector, we have to clearly create incentive, activities, programs for private sector in the space arena. I will have opportunity to develop that, just to underline that during the keynote speech. The example of GMS in Africa. For the first time, a space project, mainly an Earth observation project, is involving North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. More than 120 African institutions are involved. 45 countries covered. By the way, 45 countries because representatives are coming from there. Otherwise, all the continent is covered by the impact of this program. We succeeded in doing that. It was a kind of test for us. We succeeded in doing that. It's time now to multiply that. It is now time to duplicate in looking at other space segments. In conclusion, I would like to simply underline the fact that without collaboration and partnership, we have to forget succeeding in space arena. Space is no more expensive like it was before, where only rich countries could afford it, because the project were taking 5 years, billions or millions of dollars. Now, with the new space arena, private sector is playing key roles. Academia with researchers and their team developing small and micro satellites, nano satellites, all is feasible. Let's put the effort together. Let's look at how we leverage, how we combine the different resources we have. It is clear for us that to make or to really transform our continent to a concrete El Dorado with respect to space matters, we need to work as a continent. And countries that are behind should be pulled by those who are in front. In Africa, I will conclude on that, we have 3 types of countries in the space arena. The pioneers, we are talking about South Africa, Egypt, Algeria, and Nigeria, to quote these countries. We also have the newcomers, Ethiopia, Rwanda, Gabon, Mauritius. They are coming, they are growing. But the big chunk of the African countries, even if they do not have space policy, space institutions, they are big consumers of space products and services. Let's seize the opportunity to take this market. It is our market. $400 billion have been used by the Africans, according to McKinsey report 2013, by Africans to procure digital service offered by companies abroad, from abroad. Only 5 million billions have been used to procure the service within the continent. We need to change this schema. We need to change this picture, but we can do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Right now, we'd like to take questions, but I will start with a few questions for the panel, and I will start with you, Colonel Koiposgei. What are the, in your perspective, are we doing enough in regards to partnership in the space sector in Africa?
I would say not enough, but there is quite some effort. In the region, we have seen considerable effort towards partnerships. And under the auspices of UNOSA and COPAS, that provides a framework of even support to developing countries and sort of creates that incentive to cooperate. Obviously, because in Africa we are resource constrained, we do not have adequate budgetary resources. The only way to make progress is international cooperation. Kenya would not have made any progress if it were not for the international partnership and collaboration with the Italian Space Agency, and also active engagement through UNOSA to be able to have the triangular partnership with JAXA for the first launch of the satellite. So international cooperation in Africa is still not at where it should be. A lot needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colonel Jared. You think Africa has done enough in partnership?
Very well, thank you. It is a work in progress, and if you look at the whole ecosystem in the space industry, Africa largely dwell on the downstream as users, development of the apps, but the IP for most of the intellectual property for most of the investment that come as venture capital are largely domiciled out of Africa. So it is an effort that we need now to start having conversation that profits that will emanate from data from the space that is gotten from Africa be invested in Africa, be for Africans, and that African governments work as a team through the African Union to foster such conversation. Then at national level, those efforts should be taken up by the national governments. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Munsami, what are the benefits of collaboration and partnership in the space sector in Africa?
So when I started on Wednesday, we talked about an ecosystem approach. So we have to look at it from that perspective. Ecosystem requires many different players. So the operative word is system. Okay? So you've got to get the academia working with industry, working with the agency. And the thing you have to notice is it's not so much the institutional nodes, it's the linkages between the different institutions that defines the system. And so, for example, if we are engaging on a human capital development program, you don't do human capital for the sake of human capital, but it's a means to a broader end. So you've got to understand what's the requirement in the ecosystem. For example, how many people would you need in industry, at the universities, inside of the agency, outside of the space sector, because they're end users as well. And so the benefits from that perspective is that when you take a holistic point of view, your unit of analysis is not so much the institution, but the ecosystem and how the ecosystem is thriving and moving. So I think from that perspective, you can achieve many different benefits. For example, you achieve a lot more by working together versus individually. You can co-create the ecosystem by collaborating. You can share resources, minimize duplication. And so, and the mutual benefits for different, like industry and academia, is realized in that sort of model.
All right, thank you, Doc. Madam Nunzia, in your perspective, what are the areas of, rather the benefits of collaboration and partnership in Africa in regards to space industry?
First of all, thank you for the question. Since this is the first time I take the word, I allow me to congratulate the Kenyan Space Agency for this very well organized and successful event. This is a big step for the Kenyan Space Agency, for the space sector in Kenya, and I'm really proud that Italy in a certain way contributed also to this. So I'm really happy to be here, honored. Thank you for the invitation to the Italian Space Agency. And we really hope that our cooperation will improve, deepen, and benefit both of us. So apart from these words, thank you. And asante-san. So going back to the question about the benefits of cooperating in the space sector. So space has a peculiar characteristics. It is a frontier sector. So it needs very well-educated people, a synergies among several disciplines. So it is useful to invest in space because it kind of forces you to get knowledge, a high-level knowledge in several sectors, mostly scientific and technological sectors, disciplines, which may be useful to not only the space sector per se, which we should never forget that it has to be considered an instrument, always. So useful also to develop the other scientific and technological sectors which are needed useful for the development of one country. So I believe this is the peculiarity which the space disciplines and the space knowledge has for a country. But I want to go back to what I already said. The space should be considered always an instrument to benefit and to achieve the goals that one country sets to itself. Otherwise, if it is not linked to the other sectors of the country, the other disciplines, the other objectives of the countries, it may easily occur that it can serve the objectives of somebody else and not of your country. So the space sector should always go hand in hand with development in other sectors. We cannot think of a country where the space sector is so advanced and then we have people starving in the streets. No, that should not happen. Space should be, the investment in space should be proportionate to the objective to be reached. So in that way it can be useful to the society.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hazuki, a question for you. So what are the strategies that the African space agencies can put in place to grow the space sector in their countries?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so I think space agencies are very privileged in the sense of they usually have the infrastructure, the information, the resources that are that enable the acceleration. So I think space agencies actually providing access to these resources to the industry, to academia, to research institutions can really help accelerate bringing in the sector and really the building of the capacity in the different, in the young generation, in the engineering area, in all areas. So I think, yeah, really opening up, really providing access to all of these resources is a definitely big thing that they can do.
All right, Dr. Tidiane, the same question. What the strategy that African space agencies can put in place to grow the sector in their countries?
Yeah, for me, it is simple. Like the Kenyan Space Agency, they should not develop a strategy which is not aligned with their national development plan. This is clear. In every country, the space agency is a national institution. Therefore, they have to develop a strategy aligned with the national development plan. And usually, to align the priorities, the space will come with the space component. For the African Space Agency, which is a continental one, there is no need to develop a strategy because the policy and strategy are already there. There is a need to revamp it because after 5 or 10 years, depending on the context, the priorities may change. Again, they will do it through the African Union process, where the member states, instruct regularly the organs, African Space Agency being an organ.
All right, thank you so much, Doc. Now I would like to open the floor for a few questions as time allows us. Just ask the question, please don't go into so much explanation. If you want the question answered by a specific panelist, please mention the name. If not, just shoot your question. A few questions, 2, 3 will be good. Any question? Any question on the floor? Yes, this one. I see you in hand.
Hi.
Hello.
Before I go so far, I want to reiterate that Africa is the next big thing as far as space is concerned. And before we go so far, we need to understand that. That's why you see agencies like Italian guys are trying to invest in us because they believe we are the next big thing in as far as space is concerned. And my question goes to the defense part, Colonel Hillary. Which kind of policies do you have that ensure that the Kenya Space Agency and the academia world is merged as one? Because as a students, we are missing in terms of innovation in the military part. And we would like to merge with the defense to ensure that we develop projects that will solve problems experienced in the military world. And to Dr. Tidian, in charge of African Space Agency, which kind of policies do you have that ensures that students in Africa are involved in the decision-making table in Africa? Because there are some kind of opportunities that you guys that are not in the academia world can see, but as a students, we can see. So which kind of policies do you have that ensures that we are part of the decision-making table? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Yes, there's one question on your, okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kimani from Leo Sky Africa. My question is, what role can the private industry play in terms of helping the government space agencies collaborate on a Pan-African level? Thank you.
Thank you. And two questions from here. I believe the last two questions.
Thank you. My name is Felicitas Mashara. I'm from Masai Mara University. I do microbiology. So my question is to the panel, especially Mr. Hilary Kipkos-Gay. So we see there are so many projects around about physics and all the satellite things going on. Are the projects only limited to physics, not to biology and other disciplines like chemistry? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And there was one last question from the gentleman, please.
Thank you. My name is Josh. I'm with the diaspora. I'd like to ask a question directly to ASI. Thank you for the collaboration that Kenya has with the Italian Space Agency. That's been a great thing over the years. A great professor from Italy came here and set up the Luigi Broglio Center, and it's been great. One question I did have is, back in 1993, the center was degraded from a launch center to a tracking center. I just wanted to ask some of the thoughts that went behind that.
Thank you so much. Please, panelists, let's take those questions, and we'll start with you, Kano.
So the first question was about defense and universities. I don't know what made you think that what Kenya Space Agency does is purely defense. Maybe there is a misrepresentation there. Yes, I'm from the defense, but the Kenya Space Agency is purely currently concerned with civilian and peaceful type of uses for space. But if you're asking specifically if there are projects that the defense does and in collaboration with universities, right now we do not, and it's not currently what is on our table. But what we are doing as Kenya Space Agency right now with the universities is definitely on matters to do with capacity building. There are a lot of projects that you may have seen or heard about in terms of development of nano satellites. These are basically the baby steps targeted towards systems engineering, having that capacity and interest in developing space systems. Those are just but very initial steps. The projects that we have with the universities are not just limited to systems development. We also have, even on the application side, where we've, like in the last research grant, we provided opportunities
to a number of universities to develop applications. And one of them I remember was on small-scale crop mapping application. The other one was for land use data cover. So those are not systems development kind of projects, but nevertheless they are projects that we have extended to the universities as a way of trying to build that partnership and collaboration with the universities. Of course, we can only do so much because the kitty that we have for R&D is also a limited package. I hope that answers your question. There was also another question directed to me and from the lady of Mara University about why our projects are only limited to physics and not biology. I wasn't quite sure I understood the context of that question. I'm not quite sure I understand it. What do you actually mean? Unless my other panelists understand.
Maybe I can chip in.
Yes.
I got her question quite well. Thank you for that question, because you are curious on how you can apply space technologies to your area of study. And essentially to get to know the various facets that space technology brings to closer to you that you can use in your area of study. Effectively, I think the data gotten from the space, it is space to people. From space to people. And I think the Kenya Space Agency here is to catalyze that kind of conversation that will get to the universities to explore various tools that are available, data that are available for purposes of mapping, purposes of doing analysis, because chemistry is as wide as humanity. There is molecular chemistry, there is soil chemistry that you can map, soil fertility, you can map flora and fauna in all its breadth and width. So you are not limited. I believe space technologies go beyond what there is in the infrastructure and the physics that there is. It connects to the humanity in all its facets, including art, those that are studying literature, art, culture, religion. You can create movies, science fiction movies that advance cultural belief that there is in space, because as Africans, we also have believe what happens in space. So we need writers that can advance and step what there is in space to where our lives are. We start from there. I hope I've tried to demystify your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, Doctor?
Okay, there's a question around the role of industry and how they could support. So I'd like to think that there's a symbiotic relationship between industry and the agency. And so just to give you an example, in South Africa, we've in 2019, the industry got together and they set up a forum called ZA Space Inc. Now the role that kind of industry plays is you need to self-organize. So when the agency talks to the industry, it talks to a forum rather than individual industry players. And when the agency goes abroad, it does not single out specific companies, but an entire industry that it's promoting. Secondly, for example, for the last 2 years, we've signed an agreement at an agency level between South Africa and Brazil. The industry forums in 2 countries, they convene workshops to say, what are the touch points that we can collaborate based on the MOU and the focus of the MOU? And there's other aspects, and Davis is here as well, the innovation challenge, the industry is involved with the agencies, and so on. So there's a lot of ways in which the agency and the industry can work. So to reciprocate that relationship, what the agency has done, for example, when you have the International Astronautics Congress, which is attended by 6,000 to 7,000 people, we fund the exhibition booth, but we promote the industry, not the agency. We get the industry to actually man the exhibition booth, and we showcase maybe 8 or so industry plays. So we're showcasing the potential for our industry, so that relationship is quite important.
Thank you so much. Yes, madam?
So thank you for the question about the launching activities at the now Broglio Space Center. I'm sorry I don't have the details of what happened. I was not there. But from what I know, launching activities were made in cooperation with the United States. Actually, the launchers were not Italians. we didn't have launchers. So that was a cooperation with the United States, and I'm sure that decision was taken jointly. At the same time, on parallel, Italy was developing cooperation with the other European countries. And at a certain point, we decided to develop also a launcher. So and finally, we succeeded within the European Space Agency to develop a launcher that we can say that it's mainly built in Italy, and the Vega launcher, I don't know if you know it. So I'm sure it was a matter of priorities and a selection of priorities. We had to decide which path to prioritize.
Thank you so much. Right now, yes?
If I may add to Val about the space industry question, I think the industry has a very specific role in the sense that they have the actual products, you have the actual services that can really show how Kenya is growing, how each country is growing, how the innovation is really spurring in the country. And of course, agencies, governmental organizations, we can talk about it, but it's the industry that actually has the technology, the services, and the products, as I said. So I think showing that to the world is a really important impact that the industry, and only the industry, has.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, Doc?
There was a question on the youth. There was the question on the youth, if you allow me. The African Union Commission has a program on the youth. I will invite you to go and look at that. This program involves youth not only at the decision-making level, meaning involving them, gathering or collecting their point of view with respect to different policies at the continental level, but the program also offers to young people some internship. And Mishak Nduriti, coming from Kenya, who is one of our experts today, is a training officer for GMS and Africa in space. He is coming from this program. Secondly, in implementing GMS in Africa, we have asked the consortia. A consortia is made up of 5 institutions from 5 countries at least. We give them a quota in terms of student that should be granted through the grants they are receiving from the African Union Commission. I will tell you, after the phase 1, we have been able to train 5,000 young Africans. We are doing a lot. What I will suggest to African young people also, it is not to wait. People will come to them. Go and take your place. Go and take the information. This kind of opportunities offered by the Kenyan Space Agency is the opportunity for you to connect with all the key players you think relevant for you. I will stop here.
Thank
the
you.
Private sector
Thank
being
you,
addressed.
Thank you. And now I would like to give us a half a minute to just give us a parting shot. I'll start with you, madam.
Sorry?
A parting shot. What are your last words as we
okay.
finish?
Sorry. I'm not English. My English is not perfect. Okay, thank you. So thank you for this very short time available. I would like to focus on 2 things. For countries like Kenya and other African countries with an infant space sector, I believe 2 things are very important. First one, learn. A strategy to acquire knowledge, to bring and to keep it into your country. And to the youth, young people in this room, I can tell you there is no other major exciting thing to be the pioneer of your country in a certain field, and to be seen as pioneers in a specific field from the youth and the generations to come. So very important. Bring and keep bring and keep the knowledge in your country. And so to develop the academic sector and be able to pass this knowledge from one generation to another, this will be the only way to have a solid base to build on.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Musami.
I think we're still weak on collaboration on the African continent. We need to get past the geopolitics and the mistrust. But that said, I think we have to commend some countries. I mean, Egypt has opened up collaboration with a few African countries. I think what Kenya is doing is also commendable. Like in South Africa, we opened up our EO channel, Earth Observation Challenge to be a Pan-African initiative. So I think all of these things are planting the seed for opening up that network in terms of collaboration.
All right, thank you so much. Sir, your last word?
Space is the new frontier, and we need to organize ourselves as an Africa continent. Private sector have to organize themselves to have a serious conversation with governments through various roundtables. In Kenya, we have the Kenya Private Sector Roundtable, and this now is a challenge to the Kenya Space Agency to organize the private sector. That gap need to be properly be looked into, that we do not only discuss brick and mortar, but now space industry is a skill-driven industry, and it requires serious conversation that interface with academia, and so that we realize appropriate and relevant skill sets that can drive the sector for purposefully to drive collaboration and partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kano?
As an agency, our role is really facilitatory, and we acknowledge the fact that the space agenda in Kenya will largely be driven by the private sector. So we are willing to listen to what industry wants, and that is the reason why we're having conversations like this. We'll have many more, because we would like to provide as much facilitation as necessary to give our industry players the space and opportunities and facilitation to prosper and to nurture our space sector. So we are open to collaborations. We are extending collaborations not just to the traditional partners that we've had. We are opening mutually beneficial partnerships with other countries, not just in the region, but also internationally. And we are open to ideas. We don't know it all. We welcome suggestions, and these conversations are a welcome opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Tidiane?
Once again, thank you to the Kenyan Space Agency for inviting us at this conference. Once again, we are more than happy. We are even proud of the Africans. 10 years ago, we would not find a kind of conference like that in Africa with the room full of young Africans. This is a clear signal. We have the opportunity to go all over Africa, and it is almost the same. This is clear. The message is clear. African young boys, girls, women, and men are now taking the control in the space arena. And we just have to encourage them in doing two things. First of all, giving them opportunities. Because one thing is to be trained and very well educated, But if you are not utilized properly, we may lose you. This is what happened over the 50 years with Earth observation experts in Africa. Many of them went to something else. The second thing is to allow them to join or to create the private companies. And this is the role of the government to create the environment as they are creating for other type of industry. Space is the resource. And that is the advocacy we are now undertaking with the government to inform, and that goes through awareness, madam. If you allow me, that is linked to the question of the lady there. In space arena today, we need all kind of expertise. From science to policy, it is not easy. Not only scientists can do it. Therefore, we have to work as a team, collaboration, partnership, collaboration, partnership. That is my last word. And once again, Excellency, thank you. I saw you twice during 2 conferences. The message is clear for us. The government of Kenya is there. And because of that, we are more than motivated to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, Madam Hazuki.
I would also really like to thank the Kenyan Space Agency and, of course, the government for really conducting this wonderful event. I've learned a lot, actually, and I think we all learned a lot from each other, and this is also one step partnerships and collaborations. And just one thing about partnerships and collaboration, I think to have a really effective and meaningful partnership, we really need to disseminate the information. We really need to communicate to the population, to the policymakers, the decision makers, the young generation, the significance of space, what space technology and applications can bring and how it can really benefit life here on Earth. And not just within the industry. As you know, space applications connects to everything: agriculture, water resource management, disaster management. By really explaining well, packaging our message well, we will have more cross-sectoral collaboration as well. So really, we have to make sure that we communicate the right information in the proper way. And then, I mean, who wouldn't want to work with us? We're cool. We have the eyes from space. We are the only industry that has the ability to monitor space from above. So I think, yeah, the space industry is in a good direction. I think we have a lot to offer to the other industries as well, and of course within the industry. So with this, I'd like to close. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for closing for us that session. Let's appreciate them some more. Thank you so very much, gentlemen and ladies. Right now, I'd like to invite Dr. Gakuru Musemi. We have a little token for our keynote speakers. Please come and present that. The rest of us, I believe we need to take a photo. Yes. Stand for a photo, please. A gift for you.
We have to look at the camera.
Yes. For all your cooperation. You've been a fantastic audience the last 3 days, including today. And I would just like to say, God bless you and see you another time, God willing. Goodbye.
Thank you. Maybe you stand up for the blood to go into the system. Very lively session planned out. Please stand 1 second. We've planned a very eclectic closing session. Your Excellency, CS, permission to proceed? Please sit. What we have done is that we have a group of dancers coming on to be with us and then show us one of the things that is part of our rich culture. CS, with your permission, we have had 3 exciting days, and personally I feel very sad that it has come to an end. It only gives us room that we should be starting to plan another session similar to this. Dancers, please.
It's District 78.
One, two, Chessa. Everybody, 1, 2, Chessa. Are you ready? Sing along, everybody. 1, 2,
It's a remix. Sasa nizamia TC kujimwaga. The man style here Africa. So let's dance. Go. Nimependa style zinachezwaje? Nimependa style zinachezwaje? Kiduku anacheza. Wanachezaje? Mabawa wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Gololo wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Mangu mangu wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Kisingeri wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Asankoro wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Malewa wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Shororo wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Suguagaga wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Na viuno wanakataje? Wanakataje? Skerebu, 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 Mini meimani mmependa staili zinachezwaje? Mini meimani mmependa staili zinachezwaje? Azonto wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Shikorobo wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Na shoki wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Kuita wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Nei nei wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Madoido wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Kizombi wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? Kiroboti wanachezaje? Wanachezaje? I feel the way you dancing. Wanachezaje? Africa stand up. Everybody say yeah. Yeah. Say whoa 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 whoa. Say yeah. Yeah. Say whoa 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 whoa. Shika kichwa mabega kiuno na miguu. Nataka madada wote viuno viwe juu. Zungusha, 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 zungusha.
Wanaendelea ama wamemaliza? It's my Director General, Colonel Kipos Gay, will be giving a more finer detailed report. We have some few pictures to show of what has been taking place the last 3 days. And as this show, I'll mention a small story about what we've been doing the last 3 days in African literature. The tortoise and the elephants are great friends. And as they were walking in the African bush, hand in hand, when they reached the point where there was a bridge, and in our bridge, as much as the engineering is different, there was a bridge which was made by ropes, and it was swinging as they walked on it. And the elephant told tortoise, please jump on my back. Then we go along. And as tortoise jumped on the elephant's back, and they were going, and it was swinging and swinging, tortoise was holding on with all that he had, all the energy that he had, because he was really scared he would fall down. And they reached the end. And as tortoise got off the back of elephant, and they were walking, and he looked back. He looked up at the elephant and said, elephant, we shook the bridge. And with that, as KSA, we look forward to be with you, because we're going to shake the bridge with you, the Kenyan people, the people of Africa, and the people of the world. Thank you.
To the stakeholders and local space ecosystem.
We have established a regional resource hub that helps in the management of protected areas across 24 countries on the African continent.
We can never expect to harvest the benefits of space science and technology if we don't have the political commitment and we don't put the financial resources in this. So I think that's what we need to secure going forward.
We are the ones implementing all these projects, all these sectors where space technology is applied, they are implemented at the county level. I would recommend that you engage the Council of Governors so that we have an MOU with you, so that you can now be able to promote this technology right to the people who practice and the governors who make the decisions, because that's the way we can be able to bring this technology to the lowest level possible.
We know that Kenya was once a launching site. We are still very keen on having conversations around establishment of a spaceport and many other facilities, ground infrastructure, whether it be
in space traffic management or any other areas of interest, we are willing to listen, and we are looking forward to those interactions. Thank you.
So we go to two main sectors. We go to schools, so education is our key thing, because we need the next space leaders, and we have to inspire the next generation of space leaders in the different sectors that can contribute. And the other part is tourism. So Kenya is uniquely placed. It's right at the equator. That means that we have the whole sky to view, and we also have things looking really nice when they're overhead, if you're looking at Saturn or the moon. And so it's a nice add-on to promote tourism, which we call astro-tourism. And those are the main two contributors we bring on board in the private sector towards the space industry.
As the Egyptian Space Agency, we started to establish what is called incubators. And we invite young scientists or young engineers to make start-up projects related to solving actual problems in space technology. And that's in this way we can push this private sector to be involved in space industry.
The thing about Africa is there are many problems. And when I see problems, I see opportunity. Where we fail is we don't collaborate in how we can better fix this. Academia, honestly, I'm from that space. We need to step up. And then government that simply needs to enable. And that is where private sector, for me, can speak for innovators who may not necessarily be organized.
In this Expo, the Kenya Space Agency Expo, you will find that in terms of, in line with the theme of today of leveraging space capabilities for national development, we have brought with us some pretty machines. We have drones that are capable of spraying, which we call the liquid pesticides. We also have drones that can seed or broadcast fertilizer.
Of course, KCA have done what we expected, and we've been part of KCA because we were chosen to develop the software for land cover collection, and we particularly gave them that solution to the problem that they were facing, and that is what we are exhibiting today.
The Expo has been very beneficial because it has created awareness of what we are doing in the agricultural space with regards to remote sensing data and what the projects is doing for the country.
So we've had different stakeholders in the industry. We've had people from different county governments. We've had also people from even the Ministry of Defense. So in terms of traction and awareness, we feel like we are on the right path. Again, because the awareness of any technology can only be achieved through that dissemination of information.
So I want to thank the director and even the staff and even the companies that have participated in this Expo. It's a great achievement for everybody, not only for the agency, but even for us, the companies that have participated in this particular event. So thank you so much.
The agency has been pleased to host this Kenya Space Expo and Conference 2022. It has been a very highly successful event. And through the sessions that we've had very exciting presentations from various exhibitors and experts through panel discussions on areas that we can leverage space for our national development. This event has attracted close to 30 exhibitors and, as I said, over 1,000 participants. It's an event that we want to continue going forward, possibly to be an annual event, so that we can bring together the stakeholders and create synergy in how we can better utilize space resources and space technologies and activities for our national development. We want to thank sponsors who partners with us in this conference, and these are specifically Africultures, ESRI, Eastern Africa, the National Research Fund, the Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development, ASC, Clyde Space, Digital Earth Africa, and Space in Africa, who are our media sponsors. We also want to thank the Kenyan public, our other partners who've enabled this conference to be successful through their participation, and not just as delegates, but also as panelists, as speakers, and as moderators.
Thank you. Big round of applause, please.
I have the honorable task to call upon DG of Kenya Space Agency to make some remarks. Sir.
Our chief guest, Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, the Cabinet Secretary for Defense, the Chairman of the Kenya Space Board of Directors, and members of the Kenya Space Agency Board, the CEOs of state corporations here present, the CEOs of partner space agencies from the region, specifically Egypt, Nigeria, Ghana, and Sudan, distinguished guests and gentlemen and stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. When we planned this inaugural Space Expo and Conference, we did not expect a remarkable participation and feedback. Our initial planning number was for a participation of between 200 and 300 delegates in total. As a matter of fact, at some point, we wondered whether we had bitten more than we could chew by picking on this venue, and even contemplated switching the conference hall to a smaller one, about half the size. But suffice it to say, the response in terms of registrations and actual attendance greatly exceeded our expectations, and we thank you all for your participation. Over 700 people registered to attend the conference. There are close to another 100 we registered directly. We had representatives from over 30 countries around the world, including from as far as Europe, US, and Canada. We are also privileged with the participation of heads of partner space agencies, as I've mentioned, from Egypt, Ghana, Nigeria, and Sudan, as well as representatives from the Italian Space Agency and the Rwanda Space Agency. From academia, we registered representatives from over 25 universities, while Kenyan startups sent over 40 representatives. Further, a number of regional and international organizations also sent representation. We recognize delegate representatives from the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs, the United Nations Environmental Program, Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development, Food and Agriculture Organization, World Food Program, UN Habitat, Africa Union Commission, and Center for Global Development, among others. To all our distinguished speakers, guests, delegates, exhibitors, and sponsors, we say asante sana for honoring our invitations with your participation and for the kind words of encouragement you've given us. In conceptualizing this conference, we sought to achieve three objectives. These are, firstly, to create national awareness through showcasing some of the benefits of space science technologies and applications in our national socioeconomic development. Secondly, to nurture and promote the development of our Kenya space ecosystem that is responsive to the needs of our country. And thirdly, to provide opportunities for networking and creating linkages. We strongly believe we met these objectives. A report on the conference will be prepared and submitted to all our stakeholders, outlining the key outcomes and policy recommendations made. On our part, the agency will endeavor to act on the recommendations that fall within our mandate, and where necessary, facilitate further follow-on actions in liaison with other relevant government ministries, departments,
and agencies. If this Expo and conference has, in a small way, raised the level of awareness of those of us in government, the private sector, academia, and the general public on why space science and technologies matter, the opportunities therein, and how to leverage some of the capabilities to solve some of our challenges, then we consider it successful. If it will help to shape opinion on why we need to invest more resources in it, then we will be making progress. We have established new partnerships and created linkages. Most importantly, we have given our highly energetic, highly skilled, bright and innovative youth a platform to tell their stories and aspirations, explore opportunities, and take a stake in the space industry to nurture our own SpaceX here in Kenya. As Kenya Space Agency will continue this conversation and enter into more mutually beneficial partnerships with other industry players and space agencies. I sincerely thank our sponsors and partners for the invaluable support that greatly facilitated our hosting of this event. In particular, I want to appreciate the support provided by the following bronze sponsors: ESRI Eastern Africa, Regional Center for Mapping of Resources for Development, Africulture's GMV, National Research Fund, Digital Earth Africa, and ASC Clyde Space. I also want to thank our media partner, Space in Africa, for the promotion and public support they have provided us. I now want to invite the chairperson to make his remarks, General Rosasa. Thank you.
We have been very fortunate to have a constellation of very brilliant, very passionate speakers, resource persons, and a young generation that is ready to go into space. One of the presenters posed a rhetorical question. And usually rhetorical questions, and you know, don't really require an answer, but it kept me thinking. And the thinking brought me to a story about a small boy who was running home so fast that when he turned a corner, he had not seen a man who was also walking in the opposite direction. So the boy ran into the man. And this man asked him, "Why are you in such a rush?" So the boy said, "I'm rushing home because my mother is going to spank me." So this astonished man said, "You are actually rushing home so that you can get spanked by your mother?" So he said, "No. If I get home before my daddy does, then I don't get the spanking from my dad. Because the spanking of my dad is much heavier than that one of my mom, and I don't want it." So the question, the rhetorical question that had been posed was, why don't we do what we know we need to do? I think the question that he was saying is, we know what we need to do, and we don't do it. So I found the partial answer in the story of that boy, in that we don't do it because we don't want to. Once we want to, we are going to run as fast as that boy was running towards the goal that we want to achieve. Our chief guest, Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, the Cabinet Secretary for Defense, distinguished members of the Kenya Space Agency Board of Directors, the Chief Executive Officer, and the executive members of the Kenya Space Agency and the staff, distinguished guests, fellow stakeholders. We are the culmination of what I believe has been a highly successful conference that has drawn participation virtually from all key stakeholders and space enthusiasts among the Kenya public and beyond. This was a follow-up event to the last stakeholders forum we had in February 2021, but with a wider and larger participation. Drawing from its success, it is the intention of the Kenya Space Agency Board to make it an annual event in order to maintain regular contact with our stakeholders and to be in sync with our aspirations, as well as keeping abreast with trends in the industry. Allow me to give a brief synopsis of the deliberations that took place. The discussion centered around 5 key thematic areas, namely Earth observation, space engineering, space economy, astronomy and space science, and education and outreach. There were also discussions on cross-cutting topics such as space law and policy, spatial data management, and space for national security. Numerous successful use cases and models of application of Earth observation, remote sensing and utilization of geographical information systems and other tools, and how these facilitate decision-making and provide solutions to our socio-economic development were presented and demonstrated, particularly in our flagship county of Vihiga by Governor, His Excellency Wilbur Otichilo, who was with us on day 1 of this Kenya Space Expo and Conference. I believe it was evident from the discussions held then that there is now widespread utilization of applications in Kenya, and there is need to upscale and at the same time spread it to wider areas of our nation. A need was further expressed for Kenya Space Agency to lead in efforts to bridge the gaps, identified and improve access to data through a better coordination, data repository, and starting mechanisms for all stakeholders, and sharing mechanisms for all stakeholders. It was also noted that there were vast amounts of space-derived data available in various cloud sources, including those hosted by international organizations such as UNEP and United Nations Habitat, and access to these need to be explored and better coordinated to support our physical planning and other aspects of our socio-economic development activities. In space engineering, projects on development of CubeSats and nanosatellites elicited great interest from academia, students, and space enthusiasts. Enhanced collaboration and partnership with other space agencies and international agencies were identified as crucial for human technical capacity building and upscaling. The Triangular Partnership initiative by United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs for access to space to all was lauded as a positive development that needed to be fully exploited to aid in further capacity building and to grow our satellite manufacturing capabilities as part of building our national space capability. On space economy, we can summarize the lesson in one concise statement. The success of a national space program is built on three key pillars: the degree of investment, the dexterity and passion of its experts, and a policy that is responsive to people's needs. It is incumbent upon the government and the private sector to make the necessary investments to be able to reap the benefits of space science and technologies, as well as tapping into the largely unexploited potential of the space economy. On our part, the Kenya Space Agency commits to investing in human technical capacity building to create the necessary critical mass needed for a sustainable space industry and economy. Under astronomy and space science, the need to implement space weather monitoring tools is vital. Space weather monitoring systems are now crucial for aviation, navigation, and telecommunications, and other ground-based critical infrastructure, as well as the safety of humans in general. Kenya needs to speedily invest in space weather infrastructure to facilitate early warning and mitigate against potential loss and or damage to critical assets and infrastructure from significant space weather events. On space policy and legal framework, we are glad that the agency has embarked on both the review of the 2015 Kenya Space Policy and drafting of zero draft space legislation. We recognize that the space policy is driven by other national policies and national development plans. From the session held today on establishing space law and policy, we shall be keen to incorporate the insights and feedback from the sessions before sharing the document with the public for their opinion. The reverberating topic on matters of space education is the need for community sensitization. The communities are the first beneficiaries of space, and therefore we take the challenge to embark on sensitization at all levels. We appreciate the role that the private sector and non-governmental organizations continue to play in popularizing the science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in primary and secondary schools. As outlined in the discussion GeoSTEM in Schools on day 2 of this conference, alongside the conversations on promoting STEM in schools, we also need to popularize space science as a subject, as a way of generating interest in the current and future generations at an early age. Honorable Cabinet Secretary, sir, you are joining us today to officiate in the closing of this inaugural Kenya Space Expo and Conference 2022 is sheer demonstration of your full commitment and raising the necessary public awareness of the importance of space science and technologies and how we can leverage them to our national development. We have taken notes and listened to and listen to the expectations of the private sector and the academia, and will endeavor to play our facilitatory role effectively. I thank you. With these remarks, I now invite our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Defense, Honorable Eugene Wamalwa, to deliver his remarks and officially close this edition of the Kenya Space Expo and Conference 2022. Cabinet Secretary, sir, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman General Arwasa, with your board, the CEO, Colonel Kipkosgei, with your team, our guests. May I start by thanking our keynote speakers this afternoon, Hazuki from the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs, and Dr. Tidien of the African Union Commission for their brilliant presentations this afternoon, as well as Dr. Val of the South Africa Space Agency and Nunzia of the Italian Space Agency, and the entire panel. Please give them another round of applause. I enjoyed the last session. You know, normally on closing day, you would find very few people still remaining around. But I was very impressed at the attendance to the last day, from day one, when my deputy, Honorable Peter Odoyo, opened this conference, to the last day. I'm very grateful to all of you and each one of you for participating. Thank you very much. This afternoon, I've had the pleasure of visiting some of the exhibition booths in this conference, and I was very impressed by the technologies, applications, and innovations demonstrated by the exhibitors, which are clearly geared towards responding to the needs of the common mwananchi. If this is anything to go by, and based on the feedback I've received so far, I am optimistic that we have, to a great extent, achieved the objectives we set out to realize, and that Kenya is truly on the right path of leveraging space capabilities for national development. We are very honored also to have been able to host 2 space events back to back. And I thank those who have thanked the government. Normally, we are not used to being thanked as government, especially during the election time such as this. We are used to bashing more than, but we are very grateful that we are able to pull this off and to have this participation from across Africa and beyond, to see the kind of expertise that we've had and attracted, and also to thank our other governments who have sent their representatives here, and other space agencies from across Africa, and also the subnational governments. We're very grateful to have our counties represented by Dr. Otichilo, who is also an expert in this area. He was a colleague of mine in the 10th Parliament when we started this journey, and I'm happy that the counties also participated, as well as private sector and the academia. I am aware that before this conference began on Wednesday, there was a meeting of representatives from Egypt, Nigeria, Ghana, Sudan, and Kenya that are collaboratively working on the African Development Satellite Initiative that seeks to develop an African satellite built in Africa by Africans. I am also aware that there was a meeting between representatives from the South African National Space Agency and the team from Kenya that is involved in the Square Kilometer Array project. The SKA project is an international effort to build the world's largest radio astronomy observatory, and Kenya is honored to be part of this project. As the chairperson of KSA board has indicated, the agency has embarked on a review of the 2015 Kenya Space Policy to be in sync with the stakeholder aspirations and our national development goals. I want to thank Dr. Val Munsami, the former CEO of the South African National Space Agency, and who is a co-founder of the African Space Leadership Institute, for offering advice and support in developing this guiding policy. The draft document will be subjected to the necessary stakeholder review and public participation processes. The above are just a few examples of international collaboration efforts that Kenya, through the Kenya Space Agency, is engaged in for the benefit of the African people. I encourage the representatives of the teams working on these projects to maintain the focus and realize the desired goals. Distinguished participants, I am impressed by the exhibition and conference statistics that were shared by the acting DG of the Kenya Space Agency and the remarks on the deliberations of the past 3 days that were made by the chair of the Kenya Space Agency Board. This is very encouraging for Kenya, and I want to laud the Kenya Space Agency for a job well done and to urge them to work towards maintaining synergy in the local space sector and also making this a more regular event. I heard the chair say it will be an annual event. I think this is a good start. We look forward to the next one next year. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, space technology is an enabler of many other sectors of the economy, from agriculture to natural resource management, disaster management, and spatial planning, amongst many other applications. As Kenya, we are keen to tap into this potential so that we can continue to derive benefits from these technologies. I know there have been questions on whether space exploitation is a relevant subject to a developing country like Kenya. I hope this exhibition and conference has enlightened those in attendance of the importance of space technologies for our country, the region, and our continent. I hope you will be ambassadors as we seek to continue growing our space sector. Our Vision 2030 seeks to position Kenya as an industrializing middle-income country, providing a high-quality life to all citizens by 2030 in a clean and secure environment. I think we have 8 years to go. We want to leverage on the potential of the space sector, amongst other sectors, to make this a reality by 2030, if not earlier. I've been informed that on the sidelines of this conference, the Kenya Space Agency signed 2 cooperation frameworks with the Agriculture's team and Research Institute for Innovation and Sustainability. The Agriculture's project seeks to enhance food security in African agricultural systems with the support of space technology. The project includes design, implementation, and demonstration of an integrated agricultural monitoring and early warning system that will support decision-making in the field of food security. If implemented, this will go a long way in supporting our agricultural sector, which contributes immensely to the GDP of our country. On the other hand, Africa Earth Observation Innovation Challenge seeks to drive entrepreneurial activity among startups in the African space industry and to promote awareness of the value of Earth observation data across the continent and in multiple sectors such as water, food security, mining, logistics, insurance, and many more. The EO Challenge Program is an annual event that seeks to address 2 of the major impediments related to building viable space technology startups across the continent, namely the origination of new ventures and support to them to become viable businesses. I am informed that last year, 2 Kenya startups emerged amongst the best 3 finalists in the 7th edition of the challenge. I encourage our young people in this forum, and we're very pleased to see so many young people to engage in these startups in Kenya and in the region, and to look for these opportunities which we have launched sometimes this year. There are some of the success stories and linkages coming out of this event. I hope to hear of more linkages and opportunities explored during this event coming to fruition. It is evident from the stakeholders, who include ministries, counties, state departments, and agencies, that we must ensure to continue nurturing the space sector in this country and make Kenya a regional hub for space innovation. As has been indicated in this forum, Kenya Space Agency needs to take its role more emphatically as a space sector coordinator in the country and as the link to the regional and international space ecosystems. The success of this expo and conference is not only for the agency and the government, but also for everyone who attended this 3-day conference. Opportunities like this seldom present themselves, where we network with people from across borders on a common goal. Therefore, I challenge the participants to continue the conversation beyond this conference. I urge KSA to continue similar engagements and to also host the next edition of the Kenya Space Expo and Conference. Lastly, I want to re-emphasize that as an emerging spacefaring country, the success of the sector relies on meaningful and beneficial partnerships. I think it's Hazuki who talked about what it means to be a spacefaring nation. I'm happy that Kenya is one. And this year also, we became again a seafaring nation and a shipbuilding nation through another sister agency to KSA in Mombasa and Kisumu. We've started building ships again and sailing again. I think we are going places. Lastly, let me thank all those who have participated. And as we conclude this event, I invite our international guests not to be in a hurry to leave, but to sample the diverse attractions and offerings of our country. As you have no doubt experienced it, Kenyans are very hospitable people. We hope you get an opportunity to spend time to visit our game park. Actually, Nairobi is the only city in the world, or one of the few cities in the world with a game park right in the city itself. And we hope you'll be able to visit there to see our lions. And if you don't, they might visit you in your hotels to say goodbye to you. So let me thank you and look forward to the conference report, and specifically the policy recommendations. As you have been told, we are still in the stages of reviewing our policy and also our legislation. And we believe a lot of useful input will come from these recommendations that we have captured here to improve on this and to leverage space capabilities for national development. I thank you all for your participation and contributions. And it is, and before I say that, before I close, just to thank you and wish you a safe trip back home. And for you who will be able to spend the weekend, to enjoy your weekend in Nairobi. And for Africa, I think, because I've seen a very diverse audience here from across Africa, I think for a long time we've been telling our children in Africa that the sky is the limit. I think from this conference, let us change that narrative. The sky is no longer the limit. I think from this conference we are seeing that there are possibilities beyond the sky. And the concept of Africa rising will really be realized if Africa rises beyond the skies. I think we want to thank our experts for what you have taught us here, and to look forward to acting on it as government. It is indeed our role to ensure that we facilitate and we create a conducive policy and a legal framework and environment for the private sector, for the academia to do their work. So we thank you all, and may God bless you all. And with those few remarks, I declare this conference officially closed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellence. With your permission, I'll do a slight break of protocol now that the session is closed, to request that we do a vote of thanks. Engineer Gakuru, sir.
So thank you, everybody. Mine is to formally pass a vote of thanks to all those who have made this Expo successful. Evidently, I think the Expo has been quite successful. I'll begin by thanking our chief guest, Honorable Eugene Wamarwa, our Cabinet Secretary for Defense, the chair of our Board of Directors at Kenya Space Agency, Major General Retired James Aruasa, the board members, my fellow board members, the CEO KSA, Colonel Hilary Kipkosgei, his management team, and the staff. They have worked very hard to pull this thing through in a very, very short time. We also recognize our broad partners, the Africashers, ESLI East Africa, National Research Fund, Regional Center for Mapping for Resource for Development, Digital Earth Africa, AAC CRIDE Space, and our media partners, Space in Africa. We also recognize our keynote speakers, the presenters, panelists, and the moderators. You all did a very good job to make this successful. The CEOs of partner space agencies from Egypt, Ghana, Nigeria, and Sudan, we thank you for gracing this Expo. We also thank representatives from various international organizations, UNEP, UNOSA, UN Habitat, Africa Union, and many others who participated. Exhibitors from local and international organizations, and especially the startups. I think they were very prominent in what has made this become successful. So finally, we had participation and support from the government, support and participation from the academia, private sector, and of course the general public. We really thank you for supporting this Expo. We cannot forget the service providers, because without them we wouldn't be where we are, and especially the Sarit Center Expo Center, who accommodated us in this space. We thank you very much for this. Our chief guest, Honorable Wamarwa Sir, this being KSC's first Expo, the success we have witnessed would not have been possible without your moral support and material support, and also without the participation of everybody else here. So we really thank you, and we hope to see you next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Engineer Gakuru. With that, the last activity of the day, Your Excellency CS, is just a few photo moments, and then we finally close. So please, together with the board of KSA, I request your presence on the stage, and then we'll move to the two other items and then close. Sir.